T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
You sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, hold, and screw the hedgy. What a wonderful morning. It's moving really slow this morning. It looks like volume is at 30.12 thousand shares traded so far. In the aftermarket hours, they were able to get up about 40 cents. Let's see where we're at here. Short exempt volume is now at 343,000.1. That's up ever so slightly. Let's see, I've got to get up my picture here. There we go. There I am. So synthetic volume, exempt volume went from 303 to 232. Now it's at 343. So we're heading back up. Dark pools was actually higher than I would have expected. I kind of expected to see a little bit of a drop, which leads me to my next indicator, which I was dead wrong about. I really thought utilization would be 92%. It turns out that it's now 90.36%, so it dropped ever so slightly. But what does that mean about shares left to borrow? Because we've been tracking that. And if we come back over to Ortex and we pull up our shares on loan, we have 97.97, which is slightly down from yesterday, which was 98.4. So it looks like, based on what it's saying here, it looks like there's about basically about 500,000 shares less borrowed. Now, if we were tracking throughout the day in the borrow change section, we actually had negative 5.6 million shares. So I'm going to go ahead and transfer that over here. Call it Monday. And zero out today. So of that negative 5.6 million shares, it only shows that 500,000 were taken off the loan. So if we do quick math on that, let's do exact numbers, because earlier I was just trying to do it rough real fast, and I think I want exact. So 97,970 587 divided by, divided by 0.9036 gives us 108.4 million basically shares that are available to loan. So if we subtract out the on loan amount, 97,970 587. That gives us available shares left to borrow is up from 9.5 to 10.4. And I'm just going to round up and call it 10.5. Yeah, let's just call it 10.45. All right, so slightly up, almost a million shares more available to borrow, I guess, than yesterday. I'll put that in. With volume looking the way that it is currently, I'm not expecting a huge volume day today. We're only at 32,000, and of course I'm going to reserve a lot of my predictions for 7 a.m. But we're only at 32,000 as of right now. The highest candles volumes of columns of volume is in the 2000 ranges, which are pretty low. And it looks like all my Fibonacci retracements are gone. Oh, maybe not all. Looks like I need to draw some up for the current level that we're trading at. Let's get rid of this. And let's move back. We'll move back in the timeline and see what kind of retracements we can do here. So we're looking at the $35 range. So let's go back in the history here and see if we can find something that kind of gives us an idea of where we'll be going, where our levels of support and resistance are at this level. So 35.20. It's been a hot minute since we've been down this low. And here we go. Here's a good one right here. We might even just draw 2 Fibonacci's off of this. Probably one going to here. And then the overlapping one will start at here. And then we'll come back over and check it and see how it looks. Looks messy. It looks messy, just like I like it. Okay, so you can see that we are indeed trading in between two of these currently right now. Is this level of support and level of resistance. How does it look over time? Does it look like they kind of hold up? It does look like this line might be a little off. We'll run with this for today and see how it kind of performs over time. All right, let's color these up here. My typical yellow for the Fibonacci. Okay, they are locked into place. Yeah, just super low volume right now. So where do I think price is going based off of this? Well, let's pull up some more data. Let's see what we got for borrow rates this morning here. Looks like we kind of ended yesterday around 250,000 with available shares to borrow. We're now at 300, so they've returned some. About 800,000 returned in the ETFs. So it looks like a return day on shares. So that typically means to me that they're not going to be expecting a fight. Let's pull the options up. Get my handy notepad out and compare OI. Starting with OI, our big level of support is unfairly way down at the bottom at $90. I think, and I say unfairly because I think there's a pretty strong bullish sentiment about this week. So I'm gonna go ahead and lower this. This is kind of like a runner up. It's ahead right now with 18.9 thousand. I'm just gonna call it 19. But I would not be extremely. Let me get rid of this tally marks for you guys. I would not be. I'm not gonna actually even kind of honor this until we start breaking above 50 or something like that. Something that kind of looks like we're shooting up to get to these kind of numbers. These are way out of the money call options that people are trying to strike it rich quick off of, and that's at a $90 strike price, not 120. Which I respect that number. 90 is not bad. I think we could hit 90 this week. If we have some of the things happen that historically have happened in the past, we could see something like that. Maybe next week, not this week. Not based on the way that we're having Monday and Tuesday starting off, but I think going into next week, especially off the August 9th quarterly report, I could see next week doing something like this. Might be a little bit too early to be buying options for those prices though. Let's see. My opinion only, of course. $39 for OI seems to be the new strong point. So it's dropped by $1. We're running at 7.4. And on the put side, $36. Yeah, $36. So that's gone up from 30 to 36. How many options? 6.7. As far as volume goes for today, 40 is still the high with 33.1. That was the end of yesterday, rather. So the total for yesterday the volume for yesterday turned out to be 33.1. That'll obviously reset at I think it's 8:45 this morning. On the put side, volume yesterday ended high at $30 at 15.5. So we'll just kind of keep it. Yeah, 8:45. I have that. I'm going to get rid of this question mark because I'm pretty sure that's accurate now. Nailed that down. Thanks to Duncan. We do have yesterday's Ortex data updated. It's a little early today, showing up earlier than usual. So I'll go ahead and cover that. Short share interest of the free float is 15.02. As I said earlier, the utilization's at 90.36. Current amount of shares on loan is 97.97 million. Let's see if we have any new trading signals. No, nothing new there. Let me just click on it real quick. Just go inside and see. Yeah, nothing. Looks like Duncan's not going to be in today. He's having fun with the family, and that is awesome. I'm actually thinking about doing the same thing with my family. We were thinking about going to a local water park. COVID's getting pretty strong around here, and this might be our last opportunity to be able to do something like that before things start shutting down a little bit, or where we shut ourselves down, just to be on the safe side. Having gone through COVID, what I think is twice, but once for sure, I'm I'm gonna try to avoid it at all costs. It was pretty rough on me. They did borrow the shares. The 300,000 that were there, they borrowed most of it, all but 55,000. Looks like they borrowed some of the ETFs as well. And that's, that's typically what we see around this time in the morning. Let's look at the rest of the market. Robinhood, they're crawling their way back up to 38 as best they can. Amazon is still down from the 3,500. It had an update yesterday, and in the pre-market it's up 0.11%. Cinemark was down negative 1.22% yesterday. No, I'm sorry. Yes, that's correct. Down 1.22% yesterday. In the aftermarket hours, it looks like they had negligible trading. One of the things I've noticed is they don't always trade in the aftermarket hours or the pre-market opening hours. I don't know why that is. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Maybe it has to do with the amount of volume. Dogecoin is down. I think yesterday it was like at 20.2, and today now it's at like 19.9. So it is having a bit of a slip. Let me look at real quick while I'm looking at this. I'm going to pull up the rest of the crypto market on my phone and just take a quick gander at cryptos as a whole. It looks like there's kind of a mixed sentiment right now. Some are down, some are up. There's not like I would say majority of them are down, but there are a few up ones. The ones that are up marginally, I would say. There's one that's up like 1.5%. The rest of them are under 1%. So I would say crypto is taking a hit right now. GME, sister company, lost about 2.15 yesterday and are down 0.22 in the pre-market. We lost nearly 5% yesterday, and we are up 1% in the pre-market. With volume at 37, I'm thinking, what did we end volume at yesterday? Is that right? 52? No, that can't be right. That's not right. Volume ended yesterday at 58.6. I was so close. I said 60 to 80. I was really close to that. So I can't say that I've done numbers like 55 to 75, but that's what I'm going to do today. Let's see here. Yep, so I went ahead and changed my volume prediction for the day to 55 to 75 million shares traded for the day. And that's just based off of what we're doing right now. I might change that come around 7 o'clock this morning once I see our pokey volume, our pokey stick of volume. 7 a.m. every morning we usually tend to have a little bit of a pokey stick of volume that shows up. So I need to think about price. Price. I think I'm going to go first today. I'm leaning towards just kind of swinging off of the opening price. I have a feeling, don't stress, guys. I do have a feeling that we might be heading down towards $32, high $32. I'm not saying that we'll close that low, but I think there's a chance that we might test that value. So if we swing up from that, say $1, it would be 33.75. If I were to swing off of this number by $1.50 low, it wouldn't be enough to capture that. So $33 to $36, I think is what I'm gonna put in for the day. Although there was some positive sentiment about how the market's moving in the aftermarket hours. I don't know if we'll continue to keep that up. They do have their options set up for 36, which is actually encouraging. That means that they're not going to continue to attack the price down to 30. Well, let's wait another half hour or another 40 minutes or so here, and then I'll make my prediction. But I don't know. I have two different feelings. I do feel like they're going to try and push this down to about 32. But there's certainly a side of me that believes that there's a chance that we could close around 37 today. It's possible that we could dip down to 32 and then bounce back up to 37. I could see that happening. Once we get down to high 32s or even the 32 range, there's going to be a lot of buy support. A lot of people are going to be trying to average up, and then maybe even some people averaging down. I saw a post last night. Let me see here if I can find the conversation. So, Kettle Maker was the name of the person who submitted this. Pulling up their post. So this is what they posted last night. They said, "Oh no, someone else wants to be a YouTuber." Hold on a second, I gotta sneeze. Anyways, they said, I wanted to get a feel from you apes. I have a listing watching to a lot of horror narrated YouTube videos whose content is generated from Reddit posts. Keep this point in mind. It seems like most YouTubers who focus on AMC quickly make a video whenever there's a Reddit post focusing on the latest DD that could predict the squeeze, and after a while those videos become exhausting to take seriously. It almost seems like most every news article or find will trigger a MOAS. I want to create a channel where stories from apes are narrated with the common topic of why they hold or hold on for dear life. The thesis is simple: buy and hold on for dear life. What I want is to answer is why buy and hold. Every ape has their own reason, and some are more interesting than your standard desire for Lambo. My smooth brain does not allow me to create reliable DD, so I figure this would be a good way to give back to the ape community. That way, when you're exhausted by the torrent of DD, you can lay back and listen to stories from apes in the community to motivate the hodl mentality. I am only an XXX holder, and since I am between jobs, I have the time to do this. The stories will be user generated, and I would not monetize the channel. Thoughts? That's kind of what I'm doing. So I reached out to him. Said that I saw their post, that I wanted to, invited them to the channel, and if they wanted to talk about their experience and everything they're going through, it might be a good opportunity for them to just kind of get on and get a feel for what it's like to come and talk. But yeah, that's part of what I'm doing is I just want to document what's happening as we move through this process together. So yeah, we'll see what ends up happening. They wanted to know what the YouTube channel was, and I sent it to them. We'll see if that's if I'm taking up on that offer. But we did have True Demon on. I saw him post an amazing piece of DD that I'm really in support of because he found an indicator that is the same indicator that I've been tracking for a while, trying to say like, hey, there's something here, and that information I invited him to come and share because his presentation was so much better than what I had done, and so we had him on the show, and it was a really good interview. I enjoyed talking with him, and really smart guy. But I also wanted to find out about who he was as a person as well, and why he came to where he is, and why he's done what he's done. And so that was really interesting. We did the same thing with my new admin, Duncan. We got to meet Duncan, find out what makes him tick, and why he's here. And that's the understanding the people who are involved in this, and knowing that we're all kind of in the same group together. We have some of the same common reasons for being here. Those are important to me. Getting those documented. I have a feeling when this is all said and done, people are going to come back and look at this, and I don't know how many years, but people will come back and they'll want to know what happened, why did it happen, and there'll be some documentation on it. So I'm inviting him to come and talk. Him or her, it could be her, I don't know. Inflows at yesterday we ended inflow with 440 and outflow at 463. So those were kind of close. It's not really. It's like 23 million difference on the outflow. We'll check out Fidelity real quick here and see what they're saying for whether or not we're a trending stock. We have slipped a couple places. I think lately we've been running 3 and 4, whereas in the past we've been at 1, but I think that's due to low volume. Okay, we're in third today. And trending. Looks like Tesla is ahead of us. I don't know what SQ is, but whatever they're doing as far as trading goes, it looks like it's more negative than positive. We are currently at a 68 to 32% buy over sell ratio on trades. GME is at 81 to 19%. There's been some talk out there that that the ETFs are somehow getting the AMC and GME to not track on the same levels as they were in the past. And the way they're doing this is they're detaching some of the ETFs that they're tied together to. It sounds like some people are suggesting that it's a possibility that they don't want one squeeze to affect the other. Sort of an isolation of AMC, or it could be an isolation of GME from other meme stocks. It's difficult to say which is the case, but the general consensus, I believe, is that they're isolating AMC. The repo market slipped back underneath $1 trillion. I think as of yesterday it was 921 billion, which is big news. That's good to see that we're back, that's falling. That's good. That's actually a really good indicator. Shout out to my mom. She's actually sick in the hospital right now, so they're not sure what's wrong with her, but she does she does have low oxygen levels currently, so hopefully she's going to be okay. I'm not sure. Again, like I said, we're not sure what she's got going on with her, but um, she's an ape, and she's in this with us, so hopefully she's all right. I'm gonna refresh on Reddit and see if there's indeed um, anything new that's kind of being thrown out there. Attention Fidelity Apes. They say vote count platform is built into the app. You can vote directly on Fidelity iOS app. Okay, let's check that out. I'm willing to check this out here. It says click more in the bottom right. Because if you can go straight through the Fidelity app, I'd be more inclined to do that. So I clicked on more, bottom right, click see more. Oh, see more. Okay, I see it. And then click shareholder question and answer forums. Forums. There it is. Okay. I mean, if I can go straight through my app to do this, I'd do it. I'll do this. Because I don't mind if I can go straight through my app. That's not a problem. And I'm just going to upvote the highest one I can find that's up here, which is by Timothy B. Do you have any plans to offer a dividend again? There's currently 10,303 votes on that with 12.9 million shares. I'm going to... Oh, it says voting failed. Try again later. Please try again later. Okay, well, I will try that again later, and I'm going to tweet that. I'm going to tweet out that that is posted by Jaywalking Jew. Jaywalking Jew. Yeah, boy, some of these names is funny. So I'm gonna Twitter that. That makes me feel safer. You know, if Fidelity's gonna offer that out straight out from their site to be able to use, then I will use it. But copy link, tweet. Boy, I'm not a tweeter. Alright, my tweet's been added. So I went ahead and tweeted out that that information there. Hopefully that'll be helpful to people. And I'm going to give this guy an upvote. So yeah, that's cool. I feel so much better about that. Okay, we are about 20 minutes away from me being looking at being able to put in a price prediction for the day today. So I'm going to advertise myself a little bit here on Reddit, real quick. Um, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. I just want to be able to have more people seeing what's going on with what I'm doing. Let's see here. This is probably one of the hardest parts about live streaming is that I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure about where to find things, when to find them. So there's like gaps in what I do. Man, I feel like I'm getting eaten alive by mosquitoes. Let's see. I gotta find my YouTube channel. And then I gotta post it. It looks like I have to have a certain amount of I guess subscribers in order to change my link to a specific name. So once I get that, I will probably change the name of the channel so that it's something really easy to remember that falls right along the lines of I'll probably put Casey and AMC or something, or Casey AMC. I don't know. AMKC. I'm not really sure. But you know, I'm not really at that point yet, so we'll see when we get there. So we got about 13 more minutes before we have that pokey stick of volume. Once that comes in, I'll be making my price prediction for today. I might have missed Duncan on a price prediction. Hopefully he'll be back. If not, I will just run his same values that he had from yesterday and just carry them over to today. I think that's what I'm going to start doing for any of us that miss price predictions for the day, and that's just for fun. But you know, we'll check it out and see, you know, how those fare. 43,000 in volume, so it's looking a little bit heavier than it was yesterday, which would definitely put us in that 60 to 80 range that I was wanting. I would like to see the 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume. I would like to see it probably around, at a bare minimum, 100K. I don't think I'm going to see that. The market as a whole, let's just check it out real quick here and see where it stands. We have more decliners and advancers today. 3,579 decliners to 3,113 advancers. The Dow Jones and the S&P are struggling right now, whereas the Nasdaq is almost break even. Looks like the big areas that are hurting the most right now are software and IT services, pharmaceuticals, and health. Those are the sectors that are really kind of not doing so well. Those are the markets that are hurting. There's some interesting buy walls in here, 35.35. We got another one down here at $35. So it looks like those are just to kind of prevent the price from slipping. We also have some buy or sell walls at 36.05, 36.50, and 36.88. But there's not really a whole lot of volume that's causing this to move very quickly. I really like the idea that you can check out that Say Technologies vote through the actual app on Fidelity. Hopefully, okay. I just hit the vote button, the upvote button on the largest question in there, which was the do you have any plans to offer a dividend again? So there's 10,509 votes and 13.1 million shares of those. So let's just do quick math on it because I am curious what that comes out to, but that's not a good sampling. 10,509 votes is really not a good sampling. So we got 13.1 million divided by 10,509. That comes out to 1,246 shares per person. But again, like Duncan had mentioned, literally there's, this is probably the population that's the most into this stock, right? The people who are voting first are going to be the people who are really into what's going on with this and really in touch. So we'll see. We'll see how this goes. I mean, we would have to get in order for me to validate this information, I would have to see at least half. So maybe like 2 million shareholders voting on here. If we don't get at least 2 million, then I don't think it would be a good enough representation of the population. I guess we could do a quarter. I guess I could go as low as a quarter. So a million. I'd like to see at least 1 million. I think a quarter could get you past your some of your standard deviations from the in the bell curve. So instead of the top 25% being, that could bleed down into some of the, individuals who have less than, say, 100 shares. But it doesn't really seem like, if you had like less than 100 shares, like, would you really be that invested into going into, you know, your broker and entering in information to try and vote for this? It just doesn't really seem like it. So I tend to think that you're going to see your big shareholders voting on this. But I can see right now that I'm higher than the average based on what's showing there. I got more than that. So I just pushed it up a little. Man, just super low volume today. I mean, it's been worse, but it is pretty low. It's just really not very active. So that definitely makes me feel more safe in knowing that I can um, vote through the app itself. It means that to me, it means that I'm not submitting my password to somebody through a third party, especially. That just raises all kinds of red flags, in my opinion. Let's see what's hot on Reddit right now. One of the hot posts is saying that we're at 12,051 shares per person. It's slipped to 1246. So the number's dropping over time. That post was from 9 hours ago. Oh, that's funny. GameStop has, so this is posted by H Gods. They said that I poked my head into GameStop today and saw this, and it says "Give the gift of movies, AMC." So they had AMC advertisements inside GameStop. That's pretty cool. So this didn't get very many comments. It is at 317 votes currently. So they're estimating. We'll just look at this real quick. Let me get rid of my tallies here. Let's see. Ownership summary according to NASDAQ. Institutional ownership is at 22.54%. 322 institutional ownership or institutional holders. Total shares outstanding 513. That is correct. That is it's 513.33, I believe. Let me just verify. Yeah, 513.33. Which means that they hold 115 total shares, 115,000. And I believe from the NASDAQ page, I believe that is correct information. 115,691. So that's up from what I had done when I pulled up NASDAQ the other day. It was 115,439. They're reporting a slightly higher number by 200,000. So let me refresh this and see if that's changed. Yep, 115,691. Institutional ownership has increased 200,000 shares in a day. Wow. So moving on with the data that they have here. How many legal shares are available? So there's total of 513.33. That's good. Institutions at 115.69. The remaining is 397.64 shares. That all looks like correct information. Then they say in June, Adam Aaron said that there were 4.1 million retail shareholders. But what if a bunch of people paper handed already? So there's estimated number of shareholders is here. Estimated number of shares. Even if half of the apes paper handed already, spoiler, they didn't, we still own 5.5 times the number of available shares. What does this mean? As usual, hold or hodl. Apes who have voted on the top 10 questions hold an average of 1,106 shares so far. The top 10 questions by votes received 10.8 million shares votes, and then the average 1256. I got 1246, so this number right here is already dropped 10. So these numbers are gonna change, and so they're doing an average. I would just base it off the very first one, to be honest, because I don't think that it makes much sense that people are going in and voting for just specific things. I think if everybody just votes on one top one, which we'll probably do, they'll just pick the very first one and vote on it. It's probably the best representation. It may not be the best question, but it's going to get the most votes. doing the top 10, I don't think is necessarily going to give you like a better distribution of who's voting. Although I think this one's interesting. The second place one does have it has quite a big difference in the average amount of shares held versus the top one. Question 2. Let me look that up real quick. I am curious now what question 2 was, and this has got to be it because it has 6,174 votes now. It should be the one. It says 5.7 million shares. Maybe not. 6.4. This says 4.9. Let me look for something closer to 4.9 and the value that he has listed. 50, 100. It's got to be one of the top 3. 54. Okay, it's got to be the second one on the list here. And the question is, would AMC ever consider reestablishing drive-in theaters? With the current state of the world, it would bring a lot of revenue with little worry about people trying to social distance. Yeah, I mean, I read that question yesterday, I think, on the live stream, and I was just kind of like, eh. Trying to find first off the property to put up a movie theater like that is, I mean, you're going to have to put it in places where it's remote. Gosh, wouldn't that be something if I was just kind of thinking the area that I live in right now it's kind of I would say it's kind of building up a little bit. It's definitely a suburb, but there's areas that are around here that could definitely hold a drive-in movie theater. And I'm trying to think in my head as to like whether or not that would be something people would actually go to. Because you could buy 20 acres or so around here for a pretty reasonable price, I would think, and then build a drive-in movie theater. If you build it, they will come. Kind of thing, just hope that the people in the area. This is a family-oriented suburb, so I could see people possibly wanting to do something like that. It'd have to be pretty. There'd have to be some like state-of-the-art features to it that kind of has like the retro feel of a drive-in movie theater, but then also has like new stuff that kind of like make it more lively or more fresh. Maybe if it was like attached to a Top Golf or something. You could like a movie theater screen on one side and the Top Golf on the back side of it, hitting the away from the movie screen. That could be pretty cool. I don't know, just something that would kind of make it more feel newish. It's like an all-in-one. You can watch a movie, or you can on a big screen, or you can Top Golf. I don't know. Anyways, this doesn't have very many votes. I'm gonna hand him a vote. I'm not very liberal about handing out up votes on things, but I do like what they're showing here. This is all information that is really easy to just kind of pick out and find yourself. But I like the fact that they put it out there for everybody. And so this is one of the sentiments that's going around right now, that they're shorting ETFs that have like large groups of shares of a lot of companies that they want to short, and so basically they just short one stock and it shorts them all, which is that's been theorized for a long time, that they attached all of these shares somehow through the ETFs. and that's why we were seeing some of our stocks charts performing the exact same way. Just if they tied them all up together in one spot, it makes it really easy for them to drop the price. But anyways, Fintel says IWM Russell 2000 ETF, of which AMC is the largest single asset within, has 114.7 million shares short interest. Hedge funds use IWM to short AMC indirectly. IWM has 296.15 shares total, which means a short interest of 38.7%. Good lord. Anyone check my math info? So yeah, this is the exact data that I've been seeing, and I think this math is correct. It's just that it's not really new news. But I have been reading that they're trying to separate AMC from those ETFs and moving them into different places so that our stock prices are not looking the same. If there is a squeeze, I guess, on this, say for example AMC, that it won't affect other meme stocks as well. So if we look at our chart from yesterday for GME, we can pull them up side by side here. There's yesterday's for GME. Let me go back to the 5-minute. It's easier to see that way. So if we just compare apples to apples, we did have some similar movement. Excuse all the Fibonacci retracements here. So we did have some similar movement, a little bit, but not 100%. So if they are trying to detach these so that they're not connected and how they react, then it's not working completely. Okay, we have our 7 a.m. Pokey stick of volume, or at least we should. Let's see where it got us. Do you see it yet? Do you see that stick of volume right there? Column of volume. We have 44,000. That's less than 100. Pretty low. So our total volume as of 7:09 this morning is at 101,000 shares traded so far. Yeah, I'm going to stick with the number that I have today at 55 to 75 million shares traded for the day. On the price, based on what I'm seeing, there is some bullish sentiment to our current trading values, but I do think that they're going to try and short this down to around 32 bucks at some point. So maybe a very similar pattern to what we saw yesterday, where we have kind of like a drop off at the beginning half of the day, and then possibly spiking back up. Though that would be where maybe somewhere halfway through the day today, seeing a difference. For a close, probably around. Let me look at options. Maybe closing around. I'm gonna put 34 to 37. No, wait. Yeah, 34 to 37. That's gonna be my price prediction for today. So I'll email or I will text the guys and let them know. That's funny. Eric just texted me. Okay, so Eric and I are going to be overlapping. I can't say that we've ever had that happen before, but it is what it is. 34 to 37. Just because of that, I'm going to go 34.10. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Just to try and give us a little bit of a spread between us. I know it's only a 10-cent difference, but it'd be nice to have just a little bit of difference in our prices. So excuse me while I fix these up here. We're gonna leave Duncan where he's at unless he comes back on with a quote for the day today. And now I'm just waiting for John to hear from him on price prediction. So I think for the estimates for today, Eric and I are both going to remain. Oh, and congratulations to John for his tally mark yesterday. He got the price correct. He was the only one. I was short by about 40 cents from also getting that price tally mark. It's always rough when you're that close and you miss. Don't know where John's coming in at. Duncan is going to be starting bullish today unless he has a change in his price prediction. I'm gonna have to leave him the same as what he was for yesterday. Watch him get it. That would be really kind of funny. So I'm just waiting to hear back from John on price prediction for the day there. And where is Tivoli? Ah, Tivoli Gardens. It's a looks like he took him to like an amusement park essentially. Amusement park with rides. That's pretty cool. That looks pretty neat. I'm just pulling it up here to look at it real quick. Looks like they have a water park. No? Maybe? Maybe not. Never mind. I thought it was a water park, but it's not. That looks really cool. It's kind of like it's maybe like the Six Flags of Denmark. It's pretty neat looking. Oh, they should have fun. Let's check out news for AMC. Let's see where we're at here. Doesn't appear to be any new news articles. Yeah, I'm not seeing any kind of new news. Somebody put huge bull pendant, guys. We're in the end game in here. I'll just post this up here real quick so we can all see together. I'm not sure if I subscribe to this because I understand what they're saying here. A pendant, you know, is the flagpole with the pendant that flies off of it. The problem is, I don't think that this is how you're supposed to draw it. I don't know that that's how you're supposed to draw it from the base. I could be wrong. If anything, I would say that this is a wedge, and you can't really tell which way it's going to break out of the wedge, the triangle. I successfully predicted 35 out of the last 2 recessions. That's funny. I am curious as to where we're going to see the webcast from for the shareholder meeting. I'm not sure if it's going to be a YouTube event or where, but I'm going to try and figure it out right now. It's not really a shareholder meeting, it's a quarterly meeting. It'll be interesting to see if John comes in with the same data as the rest of us. Okay, so I'm gonna post this link in here. I'm not sure. I would think that well, if you go to AMC's website, the quarterly results is showing up there for the first quarter, and it says earnings release PDF, and then AMC Entertainment Holdings Incorporated first quarter 2021 earnings release webcast. My guess is that if you click on that and then you say join webcast, I would imagine this would have been for I think this would have been for last quarter, not this quarter that they're reporting.
Greetings and welcome to the AMC Entertainment First Quarter 2021 Earnings Conference Call. During the presentation, all participants will be in a listen-only mode. Afterwards, we'll conduct a question-and-answer session. At that time, if you have a question, please press the 1 followed by the 4 on your telephone.
Yeah. Okay. So I think that's probably where I'm going to end up going. Is that is the webcast from last quarter. So this will probably be the page that I come to on Monday next week. Okay, guys, I'm going to take a little bit of a break. My wife should be getting home here pretty soon, and spend some time with her a little bit before market open. Let's see here. I guess I'll put down that I'll be back by 8:15. I'm going to say 8:15 today. Just because I want to give her a little bit of extra time in the mornings. Okay. And I will see you guys back here in just a little bit. For the opening of the day today. Let's go AMC. Okay, guys, I am back, and let's see what we got here. Price. So for the very first time ever, everybody is going $34 and $37 as an estimate for the price change for today. I'm gonna put John and I just slightly off center for that 34 to 37, just because it'll show up easier if I do that. So I'm gonna put him just slightly lower, 10 cents, even though I've got his number written down as being actually 34 to 37 on my little cheat sheet here. So as you can see, I'm 34 to 37, Eric's 34 to 37, John's 34 to 37, and I'm leaving unless Duncan comes back in with a with an actual price prediction different. I'm going to go ahead and put him in as 37.8 to 40.8, which was the same prediction he had yesterday. But yeah, for everybody who's actually put in a guesstimate for what the price is going to be today, this is the very first time ever that we're all guessing the same number, which is very unusual. Good morning, Hoagie. Let's see here. So let me put John in correctly. One second while I drag his numbers down to where they're supposed to be. And he's going to be at 37.9, even though I know his real number is 37, or 36.9 rather. There we go. So we're getting pretty close to market open here. Volume is at 267,000 shares traded so far, which is kind of low. Moving into the day here. Let's see, we have about 10 minutes before I start the intro to the day. So let's cover some things real quick here. As far as shares lent for this morning, they were at 300,000 through the night. They went down to about 55,000, then down to 50, but now we're back at 300,000. ETFs are a bit lower than they have been. Again, dark pool percentage traded yesterday was 65.5%, which was up from the previous day at 63.9%. And short exempt volume did increase day over day. We're still not seeing quite the numbers that we want to see. And then let's look at options. So they haven't changed at all, but I'm just going to point out that there is the largest amount of support is at $40. And on the put side, this is ending yesterday. On the put side, it was $35. So we'll see how it changes this morning. Oh, I'm sorry, $30 with 15.5 thousand options. So we'll see how that changes this morning. It looks like OI is I'm pulling my cheat sheet back over here. OI is at 39 to 36 for the spread right now. So our price predictions of 34 to 37, I think, kind of falls almost in line with what we're seeing in the options. I do want to make one more point. I want to point out one more thing real quickly on here. If you scroll down to the bottom, let me see if I can see this on the screen here. Yeah, you can. Okay, if you scroll down to the bottom at a $90 strike price, there's actually open interest of almost 19,000 options. That's some heavy support for that $90 strike price. That's by this Friday. So there's a lot of out of the money options being traded at that, or being bought at that value. So it's just kind of something to keep an eye out on. Definitely some sentiment that the stock is going to pick up stock price is going to pick up by the end of this week. At least some bullish forecasting. On Ortex, let's refresh this real quick. 15.02% short share interest on the free float. Shares on loan is 97.97 million. And utilization is at 90.36, so it slipped just ever so slightly. Utilization yesterday, let's see here. Utilization yesterday was at 91.17. Now I thought it was going to jump from 91.17 to 92.5. We did have, pulling my cheat sheet back up over here and looking at that, we did have shares left to borrow. Went from 9.5 Monday to 10.45 today, which means that they borrow, they return shares, basically about close to 1 million shares, which is pretty close to, or not pretty close to, but it did show that they had a 5.6 million return on Monday's shares. So some of that probably came from that 5.6 million. I think some of this also was used to clear out some of their failure to delivers as well. Because we know that in the past history, if you look at it, their failure to delivers were running in the 3.5 to, there were some 4 million days in there that they had. So they may have covered some failure to delivers with borrowed shares. The title on today's show is synthetic price failure. So this is that coin term that I'm using. I just call it SPF. So the synthetic price failures is when we see these drops in price over time, and it typically ends up being about 20% drops. That's when you can probably identify it as a legitimate synthetic price failure. If we were to hit that synthetic price failure, we would need to drop to about $32 and let me just pull it back up here, $32.75. So I think part of my price prediction today is I do believe that they're trying to get paper hands to sell right now, which means that you'll see a synthetic price failure drop today specifically, and it will put us in that range of having a 20% drop from the previous high of $40.94, which is $32.75. So the thing is that when they hit that number, they're going to let the rest of the market do what it's going to do. And the rest of the market's either going to sell some or it's going to buy some more. And at $32, I think we've held in the past that there's a pretty strong level of support at that amount. So I tend to think that we'll see a lot of buy orders coming in at that price range, and then we'll bounce back up off of that range. So I am suspecting a bit of a drop today, but then a rebound off of that. I didn't even realize I was on the 5-minute interval. No wonder it was taking so long for those candlesticks to show up. So backing out and looking at the overall day or this pre-market morning today, there's definitely a little bit of a trend going on here down. Let's see. Our day started right about here. Kind of traded even, and then right around 8:15 it started trending downwards. So our current level of support is at 34.85 and level of resistance at 35.29. So we're kind of right in the middle of those, heading towards this market open. Checking AMC's Fintel reports that have been submitted, the 13Fs and NPs. There is some new data, it looks like. Let me just check it out on my screen here real quick first. Okay, yeah. I'll go ahead and pull that over real fast. Get rid of these tally marks so you can see a little better. Currently we have a few additional sales, and these Arizona State Retirement System looks like they came in about 102,000 shares. I'm seeing a lot of pensions and retirements from different states buying into this. You know, it's like Congress is, you know, they know what's coming, and they've kind of notified their constituents and or the people who are running some of the funds in their state, and they're buying in. But we can look up some of these here real quick. Let's see. So it looks like most of these filing dates were yesterday. I'm trying to remember which was the one we ended on. I can't remember. I think Mint was there yesterday. We'll just start with this one. We'll see how many shares were sold off here real quickly, because we're getting close to market open here. 22 shares, big whooping deal. They sold those back at the end of June. No biggie. On this one, they sold maybe 300 shares. Meh. And on this one, 357 shares. Really just drops in the bucket, you know. Small fish trying to pick up some cash that they had earned through the June increase in price. But you have these buys: New York State Common Retirement Fund, Arizona State Retirement System. You know, they're all buying into AMC. That has to tell you something. It just has to tell you something. These funds, these pensions and whatnot, they're not going to buy into something that's going to be a bad deal. I mean, they could buy into. I shouldn't say they won't. They could absolutely buy into a system that's flawed, but we'll see. Anyways, that's, you know, I don't think that's going to be us. We're going to continue on strong here, and I think that they're probably making very good investments for their states. Let's move into the market open, and I will see you guys on the other side.
And counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Hey, we've got a problem here.
What did you do?
Nothing. I stirred the tanks.
This is Houston. Say again, please.
Houston, we have a problem.
Screen falling off the door hanging off the hinges. My feet are still sore, my back's on the fringes. We tore up the walls, we slept on couches. We lifted this house, we lifted this house. Firecrackers in the east, my car parks out. Your hands on my cheeks, your shoulder in my mouth. I was up against the wall on the west mezzanine. We rattle this town, we rattle this scene. Oh, fumbling round the back, not one seatbelt on. Wait for summertime, coming up for air. Now it's all a wash, now it's all a wash. Live my life without coming up for air. Now it's all a wash. I want everyone racing down the hill. I am faster than you. Wait for summertime,
Good morning, apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, hold, and screw the hedgy. This house is falling apart. They actually, the house walked away from our country and, left a bunch of people possibly being vacated from their homes. But we got our stocks, and that's what we're trying to do. Is we're trying to fix the system. So that's what matters. We are currently at volume at 5 million shares traded into the first 7 minutes, which actually is a pretty good. It's a pretty good lick going right now. Usually we want to see about 250,000 shares traded a minute, and we're up above that on every single minute so far leading into today. Synthetic price failure is the name of the show for today. This right here, this drop, synthetic. The lowest it got to is 33.88. I was just getting done telling you guys just before the show started that 32.75 is what they're going to be shooting for. They didn't quite make it, so they may not be over. It might not be done. That's only a 17.2% drop from the 40.94 that we had back on 7/27. So we still could see this come down some more. There is a nice rebound happening currently with a level of resistance that will be coming up at 34.68. So that's going to be a spot for us to identify to try and punch through. Again, for the very first time ever on the price predictions, we have all three of the people who were making price predictions today. Duncan actually is out and about today, so he's not here currently. But of the three people who made price predictions today, John, Eric, and myself, we all came up separately with the same exact price prediction for the day, which is 34 to 37. I think most of us are kind of feeling like it's going to finish probably somewhere in the range of... Let me just look here real quick at the closing price yesterday was 35.2. I think 34 to 35 is kind of like the ideal price that we're all kind of looking at. Hence the price ranges. So that's where we're heading for today. I definitely think that they're going to try to push back down towards 32.75. That would give them that 20% decrease in price, that synthetic price failure over time. Let's check out our options. Let's see how the activity is heading up over here. Okay. So I'm going to drag over my cheat sheet, and let's see what we got here. Get rid of that so you guys can see more. And it looks like volume. Oh, wait, this doesn't reset until 8:45, so I've got 5 more minutes. Let's give it just 5 more minutes before we start looking into that. The volume for today doesn't reset until 8:45 my time, which would be 9:45 Eastern Standard Time. So I am watching out for this level of resistance right here, or sorry, support at 32.94. That's really close to that price that I was talking about. I would expect to see us hold somewhere right around this price if we do dip down that low. It'll probably be pretty close to 32.75. It might be just slightly lower than this number. There was a lot of strength showing this in the earlier morning today on the bid side. But we still watched them drop this price pretty significantly. From 35.21 down to 34.20. A buck, 2.5%. Robinhood is actually above their starting price now. They're at 38.51. We're 2% above day over day. Amazon is pretty much breaking even right now, but still not back up to the $3,500 they were at, or sorry, $3,600 they were at a couple days ago. Cinemark is down 3.5%, almost 3.5%, 3.3% in the morning. Is just trending super down. Dogecoin is down. Looks like it's trying to make a kind of a kickback up again. GameStop is down 3.7% for the day today, following the exact same curve that we're on right now. You know, it looks like it's time for me to set up Fidelity. Looks like I might have some buying to do. Let me run some numbers real quick in the background here. I just got to decide how much I'm going to buy. Huh. Looks like they're trying to through Fidelity. They're trying to submit their quick trade button to look a little bit different. I turned off the experience because I kind of like the old setup a little bit better. Trying to figure out how much I'm going to buy here. And at what price? Okay, I got that set up here. I think I know where I'm going to go with this. Okay, so we'll just continue to watch the price here. I will pull up Fidelity's stocks to see what's trending right now. See where we're at on the list. Earlier today, I believe we were in third. It looks like we've moved up into second position for trending, and we are currently at 70 to 30. So that's dropped just slightly from what it was at this morning. 70% buy orders versus 30% sell orders. Inflow versus outflow. Let's check that real quick here. It looks like 48 to 52, so there's really not much of a spread right now. It's only about a 4-point spread on millions of dollars that are incoming versus outgoing on the stock. So again, you know, that definitely leads me to believe that a lot of this is synthetic price failure. I would not chalk this up to being normal. I do not know that information. Let me just read it real quickly here. Buy orders would include those that are being purchased short. That should be based on what the buyers are buying through Fidelity and not necessarily Fidelity's orders. I believe that those indicators are just strictly based off of what retail buyers are doing. I don't. This probably has nothing to do with options. I think this is just strictly just a buy-sell ratio of just the stock in and of itself. So I don't think that has any indicator whatsoever to do with options, but I'm not 100% certain on that. It wouldn't make sense to me to look at it as an option type thing. I mean, you can go to Fidelity's option screen. Let's see if I can refresh this. So this is Fidelity's options screen. I don't think it has anything to do with options trading. Because I think that's kind of what you're asking is this an option? Because could those numbers be affected by options? It's something I'll have to look into further and verify the information, but I would say probably not. Good question though. It does say something, I believe, in regards to information shown in the table is based on aggregate number of orders entered by Fidelity Brokerage Services LLC self-directed retail customers as of the date and time shown. Recent news headlines are as of the date indicated on the full story. Each customer may have a different reason for buying or selling a security. This information provides you with only some information about customers' sentiments. It should not be the sole basis for making an investment decision. Securities listed are not recommended or endorsed by Fidelity and are displayed for informational purposes only. Fidelity strongly encourages each investor to review and research their investments to ensure. Okay. So it's the aggregate number of orders entered by Fidelity Brokerage. So it's what they've put in for buys and sales for customers as of, and the date showing current day at 9:37 a.m. So it should be pretty current. So let's check out the options because I wanted to do that earlier, but I was a little bit early on checking out volume. Pull up my cheat sheet. Excuse me. Volume is currently supporting the $40 call price or strike price. So 2.8 for today. So we're not changing the level of support for the call options. On the put options, it looks like the biggest amount of volume is set up around $31. So again, that 32.70 something that I was kind of indicating, 32.75, I think is kind of where they're looking at getting to. This 31 is a little surprising to me. I would have thought they would have placed more of their money into the $33 range, 33 or 32, but you can see that those are kind of small right now. But anyways, $31 is 1.3 in volume currently. And let's change our OI if that's not accurate. Let's see here. 39 is at 18.9 now. Sorry, no, 40. $40 strike price has 18.9. I'm just going to call it 19. There's also 19K at $90. So if we scroll down at the bottom, there's also 19,000 at $90 of OI. So open interest. So that's just something to note. I've got it in parentheses down here. I'm not really kind of honoring that right now because I think those are just way out of the money calls where they think that, the price is going to spike up by the end of sometime between now and Friday. On the put side, open interest is highest at $40. No, that can't be right. $30. Here we go. $30 at 20K, 20.4. So we have an open interest. We have a little higher. The spread is between $40 and $30, so a $10 spread. It's a little more open interest at the put side for $30 than there is for the call side at 40. But as far as volume goes, volume for 40s for today is stronger. And I do think that after today we will start seeing green. There's strong sentiment in my kind of research of what's been happening with the stock that leads me to believe that we could possibly start seeing green days starting tomorrow. How many days in a row have we had down days? Let's check and see. We've had 3 down days in a row. So I guess that would have been Thursday, Friday, and then Monday have all been down days in a row. So and I do think that we'll probably be down again today. So four red days in a row, and then we'll possibly see green to starting tomorrow. That's my hopes. I can't obviously there's nothing that I can say that's going to actually happen for certain, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. And the indicators that I'm looking at over time is, and this kind of goes off of yesterday's show, which is history repeats itself, and it all had to do with that gentleman who had posted a Reddit post yesterday showing how back in January, after the charts are kind of aligning. January's move and the price hike up to $72. We're in that same repeating kind of timeline right now to where we could possibly see another spike coming up here really soon. At least if the trends follow each other, what happened in January to June, it looks like they could be happening right now as well, which is a much shorter period of time between January and June. So I don't know. We'll see what happens. I'll tell you one thing's for sure. If you look at the True Demons indicators, and I'm definitely 100% into these indicators. I buy into these pretty heavily. Number of shares borrowed from Apes. So the current borrow is actually slightly down on loan. The amount of shares on loan went from 98.4 million to 97.9. So basically 500,000 shares less on loan. Let's see if we have today's changes up here yet. Nope. Still 15.02% interest, which is a little bit higher than it was yesterday. It was at 14.2, I believe, at the end of the day yesterday. Shout out to my mom. She's not feeling too well, but she's still well enough, obviously, to be here and part of the channel. That's awesome. Welcome to the channel, Mom. Good to see you. She's also an ape. So borrowed shares is slightly down. And if you look at the True Demon MOAS trigger indicators, the short exempt volume was at 200 and some change, so it's gone up. That's good. Utilization went down, though. It was 91% yesterday. I kind of felt like today we would see 92%, so I was a little surprised to see that drop utilization. However, it does reflect it, though, in the amount of shares left to borrow. So there's 10.45 million shares left to borrow versus 9.5 on Monday. So we basically increased by about 1 million shares, which explains why utilization is down. I have to say, guys, I'm a little surprised that all 3 of us who made price predictions today came up with the same exact numbers of 34 to 37. I really don't. This is the first time we've ever done that. All 3 of us different. We've had so many differing opinions on where the price is going, and for us to all kind of come in here and come up with the same price is odd to me. But I'll tell you what, though, tomorrow is going to be super, super difficult for me to guess what the price is, because I do believe that there's going to be a price increase, and it's going to be if volume isn't up, I'm going to have a really hard time to decide what kind of price I'm going to be guessing on. And volume is actually doing semi-decent right now. We're at 12.45 million after almost 30 minutes, like 27 minutes. That's not too terribly bad. You know, if we could get up to 15 million by 7 a.m. or sorry, 9 a.m. my time, that wouldn't be too terribly bad. Volume is currently running in the 300s. Has there been any volume under 250? There was one candlestick or one column of volume that was under 250,000 a minute. If we keep up volume over 250,000 shares a minute, that means 100 million shares traded for the day. So if we can continue to keep up this level of volume, which I kind of doubt, you know, that's kind of how that trends over time. It starts out really strong for the day, and then it tends to kind of trend downwards a little bit throughout the day. But still, it's not bad volume right now. My volume prediction for the day was 55 to 75 million. I might actually end up being wrong on that. 90 million is doable. I will be pleasantly surprised. And if we do have an increase in volume today going into tomorrow, I think that could definitely show strength for the idea that the price is going to be moving up tomorrow. So seeing the volume increase by, you know, a fair amount. I don't know what percentage that is exactly off the top of my head, but you know, watching it go from in the 50s that we've seen in the last couple days to oh, I just deleted my my page that I have for volume. Hold on a second. So annoying. I accidentally hit the little X button on the window. Okay, so yeah, we had 3 days in a row of volume in the 50 millions. 59.4, 52.8, and then yesterday 58.6. So watching volume increase to maybe 80 or 90 million today would be a great move moving into tomorrow. And Duncan's not with us today. One of my admins is not here. He is spending a family day with his family, which I might end up doing myself come Thursday. You know, I do expect tomorrow to be a really exciting day, but there's a chance on Thursday that I will be doing a family day myself. It doesn't mean that I won't do videos. I think what I might do is maybe take you guys along with me for the ride. You know, I'll do like maybe intermittent videos, kind of talking about what's happening throughout the day, and let you be a part of our family events. I'm sure nobody's going to want to be a part of it except for me, but dark pool trading yesterday was at 65.5%, which is higher than it was the day before, or you know, last Friday. And short exempt volume again up from 232 to 343. Currently, we have 207,000 call options to put options, which look like they're almost a 2-to-1. There is 125 roughly puts. There's got to be a better way for me to see this. Let me just see if I can find a quick way of looking up to see what those values are. I don't see it. I do want to point out that institutional ownership is heading up. So when I checked it yesterday, I can't remember what the exact value was. But I do know that I think it was maybe 200,000 more shares day over day on total institutional share ownership heading up. But 115.6 million in institutional share ownership, which is actually really heavy. I mean, if you consider that there's only 513.33 million total shares, 115 is pretty high up there. But what that leads me into showing you is Fintel's current data. And it looks like we got a couple red ones in here, and these may look a little scary to you, but I went in and I actually checked these just before the open today, and it does look like we have a new one in here. But let's just look at these real quick. So look at the buys first off. Mint Tower Capital bought 31.1. Oh, these are puts. Sorry. Advisor Group Holdings bought 51.9 or 52,000 shares. Allworth Financial bought 2,258. Arizona State Retirement System. Think about that for a second. A retirement fund of Arizona put in 100 or bought 102.6 thousand shares. New York State Common Retirement Fund 355.8 thousand shares. It's a lot of shares. Now you look at these red ones and you go like, okay, but yeah, what about the red ones? Let's look at those. COA. COA sold 22 shares. They bought them in 331. They hit the end of the month of June and sold 22 shares. Big whooping deal. This one up here. They sold 300 shares. They bought 200 on basically the beginning of the year or to the end of last year. Bought another 100 at in March, end of March, and then at the end of June they sold those 300. A drop in the bucket. Sterling Financial Planning. They sold 357 shares that they bought back in the end of March. It's just so little, guys. Like there's sales there, but they're so small. 90 shares by who is this? Core Wealth Advisors. 90 shares they sold. I'm seeing sales, but they're not in the quantities that I'm seeing the buys in. The buys are so much higher. Looking at Citadel, I like to see where they're putting their money. These are all filing dates of 7/30. Let me refresh this and see what's coming up new. So we have one new one here. Austerlitz Acquisition Corporation 1. Now, if I pull this up, I can almost guarantee you this is going to be some kind of SPAC corporation where it's a blank check corporation that they're buying into. Let's see. It looks like they bought a significant amount of shares through this. So, we can look them up. We can look up this institution and see who they are. So, let's see. Where was it going with this? 13G? Okay, so I will put this in. Okay, so this is the SEC report on them. Yep, sure enough. Austerlitz Acquisition Corp 1 is primarily in the business of blank checks. So again, Cayman Islands, more money heading into the Cayman Islands into these SPACs. What's going on, SEC? Why are you guys letting this happen? Like there's something gotta be going on here. Like all these SPACs that they're throwing into in the Cayman Islands. I mean, it just reeks of like money laundering of some sorts. I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about, I guess. SEC is obviously not interested in this stuff. I know that they've been looking into SPACs though. Just seems very odd. I mean, you can just go through the list here and pull up like lots of these, and I mean there are some viable companies in here, but primarily most of these 13G filings that they have are all SPACs that they're putting money into, and they're through the Cayman Islands or something like that. Let's check it inflow versus outflow. 91 to 99. 91 million inflow versus 99 million outflow in valuation of the company. So we're on the low side here, but we did see that price drop in the very beginning. It does look like we're kind of forming a little bit of a channel right now. I don't know that I can necessarily. Let's try and draw it out here and see what happens. We might have something here. We'll check it out and see if that holds. So what might end up happening here is this might trend down over some time, and then use this level of support at 32.94 to kind of tend to break out at some point. It could break out a little bit earlier. It does look like, I know John had sent me a message saying that there was, where did I put that at? On my phone, I think. He was saying that he had a level of support. He said 33.29 is a level of support. So I don't have that showing up on my Fibonacci's, but that's okay. We'll watch that 33.29, which would be about here. So we'll see if it continues to drop. I was looking for it to drop possibly down to 32.75. That's kind of where I'm watching it go. I think that's a strong possibility, but I think we're going to bounce off of 32.75 or thereabouts pretty well. I think it's going to have a good comeback or a good run off of 32. That would be a good buy-in point for a lot of apes. I feel like that'd be a good buy-in point for a lot of apes. I feel like we have a kind of like a lot of support around that $31, $32 range, and that could definitely pick up our volume for the day today. So what we might end up seeing is it dropping into that range where you get a lot of investors who are suddenly bullish on the idea that the price is so low and they can get in for those prices. You might see them dump a whole bunch of money in there. Volume is currently just trending underneath what I like to see on the minute by minute column of volume. So we could watch it kind of like dip down lower and lower until it gets into that 31 to 32 range, and then pop off of that with a lot of volume increasing. But this is a bullish indicator. When it does break out, it should break out moving upwards. It should not break down below this channel, which could be pretty soon. If I had to guess, it's probably gonna be in that range that John told me about, 33.29. So if I were to put a rectangle on that, maybe somewhere around here. Oh, nope, there it goes right now. Busting through. Let's see if it holds. We want to avoid this box if we can. If we can stay up and over this box, that'd be great. So we're just now crossing the VWAP threshold. And I'm going to take a look at what's being posted on Reddit. I do want to point out this is something that I kind of frowned away from, but there's new developments, and so I want to just post them up here so that you guys can see. On Fidelity, which I trade through, I was unwilling to do the Say Technologies where we can place a vote on suggested questions for the quarterly meeting. I was kind of resisting the idea that I just didn't want to enter my password or my account information, and then somebody posted this. Let me pull it up here on the screen for you guys to see. Attention Fidelity Apes, the Say Vote Count platform is built into the app. You can vote directly on the Fidelity iOS app. Click more in the bottom right. Click See More. Click Shareholder Question and Answer Forums. Not financial advice. Apes Stronger Together. And I posted I was unwilling to use a third-party login. This makes me feel much safer. Although when I tried to vote, it said that the voting failed and please try again later. Hopefully that will be resolved. Tweeted out your post. Thanks for this. I went ahead and tried again later, and it worked. Didn't even do anything, didn't change anything. I just went back into the app a little bit later and was able to make a vote. I did go down to a smaller question, or a question that didn't have as many votes, and voted for it to just see if it would actually change by the amount, or roughly around the amount of shares that I had, and indeed it did. So I unvoted that and then just voted the very top one. If it can go straight through my Fidelity app, I'm willing to do that. But if I have to log in through a third party, no thanks. So I feel safer about it. It doesn't mean that you have to feel safer about it, but it is an option to be able to use if you have the Fidelity app, you could use that to place those votes. I would love to show you guys. I don't know what it's gonna. Let me look and see if there's something on here that is. Okay, I'll try to show you guys real quick here. I don't want to give away any information about my account, but I'll try to show you guys what's going on here. Give me 1 second. So, based on what they were saying, I'll drag that back over. So click in the bottom right, and I can't really show you my. Oh yeah, I can. Okay, so in the bottom hand right side, let me pull up OBS so I can see what I'm doing here. Okay, so way down here in the bottom right, and this is probably like blurry as heck, but in the bottom right down there, it does say more. If you see that, well, it looks like it says it's on bottom left on the screen. I'm looking, or no, that is right. Okay, bottom right. So I'm gonna click on more. So then it takes you to this page here. This gives you a lot of options in there, but kind of like midway through. You'll see something that looks like this, and it says, I don't know if that's readable. It says see more, and you just click on that arrow, and it has a drop down, and then the next thing you click on is click shareholder question and answer forums. So it's actually the second option that I see on the page. So I click on that one, and it pops up this shareholder question and answer form, which looks like this. There's a little green thing at the top, and then down below it has AMC listed as like the very first one, and you can just click on it, and it takes you in there, and you can submit a question. But let's see, this is all pretty blurry. but I just voted on the very top question out there, which currently has 16.1 million shares. 16.1 million shares that have voted for this with 13,181 votes. And do please keep in mind that this is not with only 13,181 votes, this is not a good sampling. Now, what I would call a good sampling of total ownership, but if we just took the numbers where they're at right now and we took 16.1 million voted on shares divided by the amount of shareholders that is, you get 1,221 shares on average owned by the people who have voted on this. Obviously, that's such a low amount of representation so far that I would never, ever in a million years state that that's the average that we own across the board. I don't think we have enough of a sampling yet to make those kind of statements. But if that does go up, the more people that we have in there, if I would state that at a quarter of total shareholder sampling, I would be more comfortable to say that's a good example of probably how many average shares that we have out there. But as it stands, probably the people with the most amount of shares are the ones voting because they have the most invested into this. What were the numbers you came up with when we could tell our companies not to loan? I'm not sure exactly what you mean by that, but I'm going to say that what I think you're trying to say is how many shares should be able to be used by institutions, and I'm not 100% certain on some of this data, because what I found is that there is such a thing as institutional ownership into the float, which I wasn't sure about. That was like a question that I was unsure of. But the shares outstanding currently is 513.33 million shares. The float, which is the amount that can be actually traded without kind of special approval, is 448.74 million. The institutional ownership as of right now, according to NASDAQ, is 115.6, or you could just call it 115.7. So what you could do is you could take the of the float, you could take 448.74 minus 115.7, and basically that gives you a remainder of 333.04 million shares outstanding. And so if you were to just take that value alone and assume that there's 4.1 million shareholders, which we know that number is going to increase once they announce it on Monday during the quarterly meeting. I'm sure that number is probably going to go up somewhere between, I don't know if I had to guess, 5 and 6 million. But let's divide this number by just the 4.1 million people. That tells us that the average shareholder should only have 81 shares. And the numbers right now, just on that small sampling that we have, is well over that amount. So, there's a lot of people who are drawing conclusions based on these numbers as to how many shares they think the average shareholder owns, and they're coming up with like 5 billion, somewhere between 4 and I think it's like 6. I think I've heard as high as 7 billion. So somewhere between 4 and 7 standing shares out there, which is just astronomical. I know when I crunched the numbers in volume back in, I think it was March, I was kind of coming up with an average of about 2 billion shares outstanding, which was at the time about 4.56 higher than the float, which was pretty high. So to imagine that we're in the 4 or double that, or maybe even more, would be pretty insane. When this thing pops off, it's going to be like nothing we've ever seen. It's going to be like nothing we've ever seen. I know the outrageous numbers, of floors of $500,000 a share seems so ridiculous to me. But the higher that this goes into those billions of outstanding shares that are out there, the higher the ceiling gets for me personally. I can't say that I'm at 500,000, but I'm definitely way up there. And the more that we're finding out, the more incredible this is seeming. Again, we want to try and stay over this box right here in this descending channel. We've already this descending parallel channel. We kind of have a little bit of a triangle formation going on here. We could probably kind of figure out when it's going to squeeze out of this triangle here by just drawing some lines real quick. So something like that. We might see it consolidate down to a point here. And I can't really tell you, on a formation like this, it's really difficult to say which direction it's going to head. You might say that this is almost a pennant for a bear signal, but I'm not going to go there. I don't think it's quite enough of a typical pennants. The flag shouldn't be longer than the pole. And I would say that we're already past that point. So I don't really feel like this is a pennant formation. But we should consolidate down to a point in here, break out. I can't tell you if it's going to be up or down on this one. But we do have 2 touch points on the bottom and 3 touch points, almost 4 touch points on the top. But we want to stay outside of this box here if we can, if possible, because that'll kind of put us back down into that descending parallel channel. So many lines drawn on here. For those of you who are watching right now, these colored lines that are in here, the light blue, the dark purple, and the orange, those are, for the first time ever, every single day, the 3 or 4 of us come up with price predictions. It's a $3 price range. And it's just for fun. We're just trying to win ice cream for the week against each other to see if we can, how many times we can predict the price, ending price for each day. And it's color coded to these tally marks that I'm putting up on the screen now. So John is blue, Eric's purple, I'm orange, and Duncan is red. And then the missed tally. And I'm tallying by week now. So John got a tally point yesterday. I missed the tally point yesterday by like 20 or 40 cents. So John is in the lead for the week this week, as of today. But for the very first time, we haven't seen this happen before. All 3, Duncan didn't put in a price tally, so I actually put him in for the same thing he had yesterday. But myself, Eric, and John all predicted the exact same price of 34 to 37. I know it doesn't reflect that right here, but that's only because it's difficult for me to put in everybody on the same price and show that there's a difference. But it's kind of crazy. I've never seen anything. We all have differing opinions every single day on what the price is going to be. Sometimes we overlap each other a little bit, but I've never, not in the 4 weeks that we've been doing this, have we ever come up with the exact same price range. It's been I don't know, it's an unusual day. So I think the sentiment is there today that we're going to kind of close around those prices. We could see the missed column get a tally mark today, just because we're all on top of each other on the pricing. Tomorrow I'm going to be super bullish, especially if we break over 80 to 90 million in shares for the day today traded. I will be super bullish for tomorrow. Yeah, my mom just texted me and she was commenting on the song for the opening today, and she was saying that's a new song. I haven't heard that before. Yeah, that's by Walk the Moon, and it's called, I think it's Anna's Son. Let me just make sure. make sure I don't blast your guys' ears out here. Trying to figure out what the name of the song is. I'm pretty sure it's Anna Sun. Yeah, Anna Sun. So, but the part that I like about that song, what made me feel like it was so appropriate for this week, and using it as my song that kind of is the song for in case we have like a downed portion of candlesticks during the opening part or closing part is that it talks about this house is falling apart, and we just had Congress walk out on us. We've got what's being reported is millions of people who are going to be evicted now. This house is burning. It's burning down, and so I just kind of felt like this is our time. This is where we're gonna rattle this house. So that's why I picked that song. It also happens to be one of my wife's. I think she likes that song a lot. That's kind of one of her favorites. I think. The bad song. It's the bad song. it's when you have the price falling at the opening of the day. Okay, so we did break out of this, trending up, so that's good. I like what I'm seeing. We do have a level of resistance at 34.68, so as we move up towards that, it's gonna have some problems. It might stall out a little bit. We are trading above the VWAP, which is good to see. What were the numbers you came up with that we could tell our company's not? Oh yeah, I read that one. Hopefully I answered your question on that. And again, if you guys want to see any data, just let me know. That is one of the main reasons why I'm here. I'm still showing on Ortex a 15.02% short share interest on the free float. Nothing's changed on the borrowed change. I want to call it the borrowed amount. I don't know why. It's basically return shares minus borrowed shares, and it gives you a value of borrowed changed. Volume 20 million after an hour. Right? So, I mean, I hate I'm just going to tell you what pace we're on. But it's 620 divided by 6.5 is 3 million. What is that? Oh, I did that wrong. 6.5 times 60, 390. So the pace, as of right now, the pace is about 130 million shares traded for the day today. But of course, that pace isn't going to last. Over time, that pace is gonna fall. Historically, it does. Let me just put it that way. If historically the pace will fall throughout the day, we might see we actually could be in a lot better situation than what I had predicted. We could be looking at 100 million shares traded for the day today. It just depends on whether or not that falls off. Again, once this price gets down into that $31, $32 range, more investors are going to come to buy. That starts to get into those buy signals that everybody, they see those numbers and they go like, holy crap, this is a great time to buy in now. Yeah, but the house left us high and dry. They They walked away from their duties. This house is falling apart. And I also like to think of it too as the house of cards when it comes to our financial institution, and it's falling apart as well. Our financial institution is completely falling apart, but we got heart, we got our shares, and that's what matters. So that's why I like that song. That's why I feel like it's appropriate for this week. Irregardless of whether or not we see these big dips in the beginning of the day, we've got our heart. And we're going to rattle this ghost town. I would love to see the squeeze happen while they're out of session and have to recall everybody back into an emergency house session to try and fix things. That's what I would love to see. I, it drives me nuts that they would just walk away from our country in a dire need for so many people. I don't think throwing more money at this is the right thing to do. But yeah, we definitely need people who are making decisions that help our country move forward, and not just deciding to walk away from it. I know many of the jobs that I've done in my past, um, they've always been flexible about when you take your lunch. Um, because I worked in the engineering department, you know, as long as you got the things done that you needed to get done, nobody cared when you took lunch. You know, like take it whenever you choose, but as long as your stuff's in order and you don't have things that are on fire burning up, and that's what Congress has done. They've walked away from a fire and you know, are basically saying that to the American people, we're gonna just let this happen the way that it's gonna happen, and we're gonna take our time off. And I know whenever I was doing my job, that would never fly. You couldn't just walk away from fires. So I don't see any reason why we should let them off the hook either. Okay, so I'm readjusting the triangle because it's still kind of, even with these touch points up here, it still kind of is fitting a triangle pattern of consolidation. Right around that $34 mark. It's kind of like the center line for it almost. Yeah. Man, I can't believe they walked away from the job though. All right, let's see what else is going on in AMC stock on Reddit. I'm under the hot section, but I like to go to the news section just because I like to see what new things are being said. Okay, so somebody verified for Chase users. Okay, so it sounds like they're saying that they verified some stuff with that Say Technologies. They said I was skeptical at first. Everybody else is just have to give over their brokerage account username and password, but with bank users, you're handing over the keys to the castle. It's just apples and oranges, and it is correct to be on guard. I just went through the process and I wanted to share. For some reason, this is much easier to do on the phone app than it is on the website. Just making that clear from the get-go. First, if you don't already have 2FA turned on, go to your profile settings, Security Center, and this is for Chase users. Add extra security. Yeah, so they're saying to do the two-factor authentication. This is why I had such a huge problem. I have a problem setting up two-factor authentication because I can't get into my account fast enough. there are some times where I need to, there's a buy signal and it comes up so fast that it's just like, whoa, I got to buy here. And if I can't get in fast enough, I'm not going to hit the numbers that I want to hit. And so I don't turn in the two-factor authentication. I have, however, set up the one where uh, they can't just cash out my account without my, expressed approval. So somebody could sell my, somebody could gain access to my account and sell my shares, but they would not be able to cash out the money. So I can just go right back in and rebuy if I needed to, or cancel the order or whatever. And since I do watch it on the daily basis, I would know if something like that happened. I would see the notification come through. Anyways, they're saying to change your password before you do this. Something that doesn't matter that you're just going to use for 5 minutes. Third, go verify through say and using played. Select Chase, put in username and password, then the verification code, then they'll ask to select your account. It's the one that says self-directed, then you're verified. That's it. Say and played. Go back to Chase, change your password after you've done your voting that you want to do, and sign out, sign back in, and make sure it took. Then verify that none of your 2FA info has changed, such as phone number or email. Make sure it's all legit. I completed mine. It seems legit. I hate it, but if this is what it has to get done in order to verify a share count, then let's do it. The hedgies went all in. Time to call the bluff. This was posted by Pointless Conjecture on Reddit. And as I was reporting earlier today, you can actually do it right through Fidelity. Fidelity's iOS app, you can go right through it, and you don't even have to log in to some third-party app, and you can just place your vote through there, which is amazing. That's awesome. It made me feel so much better about placing a vote. This is from the Lazy Toaster. Some of these Reddit names, man, I love them. They posted, if you bought at 50, this is your chance to average down. Buy the dip and don't thank me later because this isn't financial advice. I just like the stock. You know, I that's how I felt when I bought in at 14 and I watched the price drop. 9, 8, 7, 5. I was just sitting there going like, well, I really believe this stock is worth so much more, and I just don't understand how it could be tanking. So I bought more shares and I averaged down my price. So if you do have a high average, this would be a good time to average down. But that's again, the financial advice that I give is number one, first and foremost, is that you never spend more than you're willing to lose, and that is solid financial advice. Everything else is just my opinion, though. So I'm going to go ahead and delete this triangle. It does look like that we broke out down below it. And we did stay over the box. Let's see where we're heading. I don't see anything that definitively that stands out. On a 30-minute interval, RSI is pretty darn low, 19.56. So I see a lot of buying pressure coming up here on at least the 30-minute interval. On the 5-minute interval, it's just at 31 right now. So it's really low as well. I definitely see some buying pressure coming up. Synthetic price failure. That's the title for today. That's my coined word. You won't find that anywhere else. It is the SPF that the hedge funds put on. to protect themselves from too high of a price, and so they cause these synthetic price failures, and they typically are around 20% drops from a previous high. So our previous high was 40.94 on the 27th of last month. We are now at a low of 33.35, which is 18.5%. It's getting really darn close to that 20% mark of a synthetic price failure. And the reason that I put today in as the title for today is because I knew this was coming. I felt like this was going to happen. This is their chance, I think, before tomorrow. I do think that there's going to be a price increase starting tomorrow, and this is their last chance to be able to try and get some paper hands in here. So they're going to try and push this price down as far as they possibly can to create fear, uncertainty, and doubt. But at the same time, they're going to be battling people who want to average down. So I would suspect that what we'll end up seeing today is probably really high amounts of dark pool shares percentage going up today. You know, if they're trying to suppress the price, that's the best way that's the best method that they have to do that is by basically taking the buy orders and throwing them into the dark pools, which hopefully everybody is off of PFOF. That's pretty much what's killing us as far as that goes. Their ability to place into the dark pools. And in case anybody's not aware who's watching, PFOF is price for order flow. Yeah. Volume currently at 23 million shares traded by 9:45, so an hour and 15 minutes. So again, this is surprising. Normally by this time of the morning, we normally see Ortex data starting to populate up in here. And borrowed change, borrowed shares, return shares, none of that's populating as of right now, which is odd to say the very least. I normally see that kind of stuff. Short share interest of the free float is at 15.02. Let me just refresh this to see. I'm not seeing anything changing. It's kind of odd. It's almost as if they're not getting reported to. Nobody's sending them information. Or nothing's being borrowed or exchanged back, returned. Let's check Fidelity's. Orders by Fidelity customers and see if we're on the list still. Pretty high. Yep. 70-30 is what it was before. It's now 73 to 27. So 73% buy orders over 27% sell orders. So this number is going up, and we are number 2 on the list instead of number 3 or 4. GM is right behind us. They were actually way further down on the list. They're now right behind us at an 87 to 13 buy over sell. Maybe I should have titled today the calm before the storm. No, synthetic price failure. That's what's happening today. So that's kind of a new thing. I'm titling each daily show something that I feel like is important for the day. What we might be able to expect, like an overall sentiment, or maybe even just some good DD that I found on Reddit that I agree with, or supports ideas that I've been spreading as well. But yeah, today's synthetic price failure. That is me. We're looking to see that price drop down to 32.70, 75-ish, thereabouts. That will put them in the 20 percentile range. If we got to 19.5%, that's close enough. Actually, at 18.5, that actually is what I would probably consider close enough to one of those failures, those price failures. It's so close to 20%, you might as well. It's, if we did have like a run up right now, I would say I would probably include it. I know I've included some others in the past that were really close. There was a 19.9% drop in price back on 6/4, which I included. That might be one of the lowest ones that I've included. Nope, I had a 15.3. No, that didn't. Never mind, take that back. What's the lowest one I've included so far? 19.9? Yeah, 19.9 is the lowest one I've included. I'll go up to 19. I'll go as low as 19.5. So we need 1% more. 1% more would be probably $33. Close. 32 point. I'm gonna put in this level of support at 94. 32.94. Yep, that's 19.5. So look at this number right here. This level of support as being like that. The point at which they would probably stop this synthetic price failure for the day today. Anything that it goes beyond that to a large extent would be actual paper hands selling shares, because they've lost too much money, which is okay. We know that happens. Not everybody's built to ride this train. which I say that. One of my newest members to the channel is Choo Choo. I saw them come on. I saw them subscribe to the channel this morning. I don't know who Choo Choo is, but yeah, they're riding the train. I'm going to my notifications. Yep, Choo Choo. 8 hours ago. Boy, what was I doing 8 hours ago? I was sleeping. I think I was. Also, 1 day ago, I had a Beaner 3436 who joined. I don't normally go back and look to see and announce who's joined, but I do appreciate you guys for being here. Obviously that's not going to be something it looks like Mark, who made a comment this morning, he joined 4 days ago. And also Dave W joined 4 days ago. It's good to have you. Good to have you guys here. If you, I noticed Mark, oh, there's Choo Choo. Hey, Choo Choo, how's it going? That. Oh, True Demon, yeah. So before True Demon had, I don't know if you saw his post or not on Reddit. Before he had posted that, in fact, quite a while before he had posted that, I had come up with this, and I'll just put it up here just so you can see it. Let me post it up here. Which one is it? This one? Yeah. So this isn't going to be as clean as True Demon's information. But I had come up with this quite a long time before he came up with his information. As soon as I saw his, I was like, oh my God, this guy's onto the same thing I was onto. But basically, what I did is I had identified my job in the past as an engineering technician is that I look at trends and I identify certain trends that correlate. So that's kind of what I've done my whole life um, as far as working goes. And I saw these correlations where you'd see this on loan average age per day was dropping, right? And then you'd see volume drop, and then you'd see price increase and volume increase almost at the same time. And the indicator spiked 4 times in the past, actually 5 times, but this time it didn't do anything. And so I felt like I was onto something. And of course, this one's really small right here. If you zoom in on this, it's actually bigger than it looks with all this other junk that's in here. But there was a price increase right afterwards. And typically these price increases were 7 to 15 business days after they got to the bottom of these dips. So I theorized that there might have been a reason for this particular one not going up, whereas the rest is in price, whereas it did with the rest of them, and it had to do with AMC and Wanda share sales to the market. So that dip is right here, where I'm currently focusing on, and if you notice, this white column right here is 72.3 million shares of AMC shares that hit the market. And then just before that dip, also Wanda sold 13.59 million shares to the market. I think they used those shares to help control the price from increasing during that period of time. And you say, okay, well, yeah, but what about these times over here where they also sold shares to the market? And I think they might have sold those shares right as the price was increasing. And this was only 13.8 million, but there was 51.5 million shares that were sold on 2 days right as the price was increasing. So they didn't have a chance to be able to use those shares, but it could have prevented us from going higher. But then anyways, we did have this big, huge spike down on this on loan average per day. And I can show you where we're at currently. But this is this is all stuff that I was looking up. And then when True Demon posts his information, I was like, oh my gosh, this guy's onto something. This is everything that I've been looking at, and he's got more information, and he's going more into the cycles and everything, and as why it's happening, not just noticing that there were indicators that could define what was going to happen, but also seeing what was the root cause for it. And that really is what kind of keyed me in, and I immediately messaged him and said, hey, I got to get you on my show. We need to talk. And so, man, I'll tell you what, he's onto something. I really do believe it, and I wouldn't be putting up these tally markers, this True Demon MOAS trigger indicators on my screen if I didn't believe in it. But I'm tracking these every day, and I update it every single day. We're not doing well on the indicators. I do think I have a little slight opinion that some of these numbers don't have to be exactly what he's targeting. For example, utilization. I think utilization could be like 92.5% for a couple days in a row, and it would help us. I don't think it has to be over 95. That's just his indicator. Another one is day over day price increase. I think we could see like a 2.5, and then maybe like a 5, and then maybe like a 10 or something like that. It doesn't have to be just 3 days in a row over 5%. So I would kind of give some leeway to some of those. I do, however, this short exempt volume, I haven't been tracking that until just recently after we had our interview. I have no knowledge as to what those numbers should look like. I'm just tracking them as it stands. So I'm going to yield to his 3 million target that we want to see. But I'm keeping track of those, and we'll watch it every single day. But I'm glad that you liked the interview. I really did too. The guy's really smart. I highly enjoyed that. I would check out the interview with Duncan, one of my admins. He's from Denmark, and I thought it was really interesting to hear his viewpoint on where he sees, how he sees the American economy from his perspective, and why he feels like he needs to be a part of this movement. So those are really important topics. I really like having outsider opinions. Whenever I feel strongly about something, going out and reaching out to other people and finding out differing opinions always helps you to either solidify your thought process or challenge you to defend it. And so I really do like to see other people's opinions and find out, where they stand, and just challenge myself in my viewpoints, no matter what it may be. And so it was really fun having an interview with him. I'd check that out for sure. So we definitely see a stir, what I would call a short ladder attack happening right now. So the price drops down, it steps up ever so slightly, and then drops back down, stair step up, and we'll probably see another drop back down here. They're definitely going to try and test the 32.94, I believe. I ran across, I was watching this guy on YouTube, and it had nothing to do with AMC. He was doing, he was a scientist, and he was doing some kind of wind technology go-kart thing, looking thing. It was just some video I was watching. Anyways, he said this thing in there that was like, I want to use it from now on, but it's a difference in opinions is not a problem. It's an opportunity to be able to learn something. And I think that's so cool. I think that's like a great quote to have. Just because I feel differently about something doesn't mean that I'm right or wrong. It just means that I have a differing opinion. And I could learn something, or you could learn something. Who knows? We can, but as long as we're learning, that's what's important. So here we go. We're going to try and step down underneath this $33 mark here. I do have kids in the house, guys. I don't know if you can hear them in the background. Let's see. Where do we stand? I'm just pulling up. Let's look at options real quick here. I just kind of want to see where we're centering around now. We probably have a little bit of a change, I would imagine, with the price dropping. Pull up my notepad. Okay. The volume is still centered around $40 on the strike price for calls at 11.9 thousand shares for today. That's up from 2.8 from earlier this morning. It's been a while since I looked at it. However, the volume for puts is centered around the $30 strike price at 11.2. So typically speaking, at least compared to yesterday, these numbers, the $40 option had almost a 2, maybe almost a 3 to 1 in contrast to the puts. So you can see that there's still a $10 spread, but there's a lot of strong belief in both these directions on pricing. Now, majority of these, I believe, are hedge funds hedging, but we'll just tally it up and see how it goes throughout the day here. But seeing so many options in volume for $30 strike price, I kind of thought that we would see 32 or 33 kind of go up more. I don't feel like we're going to hit 30. And I know feelings don't have a whole lot of weight to them. But we'll see what happens. Okay, so we broke past this level of support at 32.94. That was the kind of one of that indicator that I was identifying earlier. I felt like there's going to be a lot of strength coming in to fight to start buying more around that $32 mark, somewhere between 31, 32. So we'll see what happens, and that's kind of why I don't think we'll hit down to 30. I think there's going to be too many people willing to average down or buy more shares, averaging up around those price ranges. We'll see. What do we have here? We have a buy wall at 32.67. inflow versus outflow. Let's check it real quick here. 169 to 187. So almost a 20-point spread. It's 20 million. We were trading real close to the VWAP, and then all of a sudden started getting these short ladder attacks down again. So short ladder attacks, little sideways trading, some more short ladder attacking. And it's one of those days. Let's look at the rest of the market. And this will take a second to update, so give it a second. Did that update when I looked away? 4,009 decliners to 2,403. And seeing as how we have supposedly a negative beta to the market, that's kind of odd. You would suspect that you'd see a price increase today. The NASDAQ is down. The S&P is pretty much breaking even, and the Dow Jones is just ever so slightly up. But overall, the market is on a decline. With the software and IT services sector and pharmaceutical and healthcare sectors all taking what looks to be like the brunt of the hit. I don't think this is updated yet. With this many decliners, there we go. The heat map just changed. Software and IT services is all red. Investment companies, red. Healthcare, red. Semiconductors, red, which is kind of odd because we do have a chip shortage last I had heard. That's the sector that I used to work in, so I'm kind of familiar with that sector. So it looks like we bounced off of 3278. Let me just see where. Whoa, sorry about that. Let me see where that stands on my 3278. Real close, super close, 19.9%. So I am calling this a synthetic price failure. We hit it. I'm going for it. I'm recording the date. 8/3. Actually, the previous date I have to record first. 7/23 to 8/3. For a total amount of days that we've been on this trend. 1 week. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days. The last time that we had something like this happen, or it was a big streak like that of 7 days, we actually jumped up 206% the next day. No, I take that back. We jumped up 206% in 7 days. So I need to find a price failure. That was a long one. Let me see if I can find that. Here we go. Would have been between 7.8 and 7.15. We had a 37.5% price failure, which is actually pretty steep. That there was definitely some paper hands going on during that period of time. That's not a synthetic price failure. That's definitely real paper hands. I don't see a synthetic price failure that happened over such a long period of time previous to this on AMC's chart that I'm recording on. Most of them are 2 days. This is a pretty extended period of time. There was a 4-day one on 7/15 to 7/19, but 4 days could just be a weekend. Let me say 7/15 to 7/19. Yeah, that's just a weekend. Yeah, this one was this synthetic price failure is a little abnormal compared to most of the rest of the ones that we've seen since I've been recording starting 13th of May. So what we might see here again is another kind of more of what we saw earlier, where it was a stair-stepping down ladder attack with some consolidation, followed by another stair-stepping ladder attack. This could be a consolidation period. If it is, it looks like it's nearing its end of its course, in which case it might start to ladder attack down again. On the 30-minute interval, RSI is so low at 17.7, 17.17. That is so low. There's definitely going to be some buying pressure that should be coming back here. 30 million shares traded in an hour and a half. On a 5-minute interval, RSI is at 25.59. I mean, it really reeks of buying pressure coming back. It's oversold right now. So it does look like there's a possibility this 32.94 might actually hold. Man, I said 32.75 would be the turnaround point. It hit 32.78. That was so close. So close. 32.75 would have been that 20% on the nose. The synthetic price failure that you see. So I did. You're probably wondering, like, where do I come up with these numbers? I did a model. I did modeling on GME. GME had some indicators that flagged kind of my attention, and they were these vast majority of 20% failures in price as it was squeezing, with a few 40%ers and a few 60%ers, somewhere around those amounts. And so I kind of took those as like, anytime you see like a 20% drop but then a recovery, it's just the hedge funds trying to get people to sell. When you see like a 40 to 60% drop, that's actually people selling. So you'd see that 20% drop, and then when it continues beyond that, that's how you know that people are actually selling shares. So this is kind of how I'm kind of predicting the backside of the squeeze, or it leads into how I'm predicting that. With a 20% failure down, or basically 19.9% failure down to 32.78, if it starts to rebound off of this, we could see like a 15 to 18% increase before we might see it change in the other direction again. It just depends on whether or not this is the actual rebound. I mean, it could still continue to drop further. If people decided to sell, we could definitely see this turn around, continue head back down some more. A giant stair step. So we'll see. We'll see if if this ends up being the buying point where people decided they wanted to start buying more shares again, or if it's the turnaround for this last drop. Okay, so some more shares returned. We were currently running. Hopefully the tally marks don't bother you guys. We were running at about 300,000 shares earlier this morning. Went down to 250, then it went back up to 350, 300, 350, 350, 450. The ETFs look like they increased about 400,000 as well, 400 to 500,000. So I do like volume. During this 30-minute, we had 12.8 million shares traded, 763. So we are dropping off in volume, this is in 30 minutes, 3 million is not very good. Let me just do some quick maths. I like saying that word, maths. 3.2 million. Actually, I'm gonna 3,212,485. Yeah, that's 107,000 shares per minute, which we really need to be above 250. So we've dropped off significantly in the last 30 minutes. But is that time over? It's not over yet. Okay, it's not over. So we still have we're not even halfway through that 30-minute block. So there's still time to bring that back up. Okay, we're moving back down to test this level of support again at 32.94. It looks like the prices have broken past that, but I kind of think that it's more this Fibonacci retracement that I did is slightly off. I think it's 32.75 is kind of that level of support that we're looking for, but it's close enough. As you can see, it hit that 32.78, like just below that 32.75. This will be the defining moment for the day today. You know, can we hold at 32.75 and continue to build off of that, or are we going to continue to drive down? I do think that if we continue to drive down, what we'll end up seeing is they're going to try and hit that $30 mark so they can get their puts in the money. Let's see, they do have 11.2 thousand options at 30, and then another 20,000 in open interest. So 31.6 thousand options that will be in the money if they hit 30 or less than 30. So, you know, they probably want to hit that if they can. The question is will we get more support from apes who want to average down, or just want to start buying in at what I would consider a lower level? And if we do see that, what we'll see is volume start to spike up. You can see it kind of falling off as it stands right now. This is normal. This is pretty normal for a day. You know, it starts off really strong and it kind of trends down. We are about 45 minutes away from the hedge fund power hour, which is, that's what I call it. Their period of strength is usually around that, I guess, 12 to 1 Eastern Standard Time. So if I had to guess, that's probably where they're going to do their big push. And we'll see if we can survive that. Not survive, but I mean, we'll see how the investors come in to start buying. Let's see. Checking a lot of the different mediums. I haven't looked at Twitter yet today. Let me see if there's any kind of crazy stuff going on Twitter. True Demon's actually posting on Twitter. He's posting another stock. I'm really just not. I'm not diversified. I'm strictly an AMC. I did own 2 shares of GME when I first started this whole process. That was something else. Honestly, I only had. I think I'd bought in at like $325 a share, and I bought 2 shares of GME because that's all the money that I had liquid at the time. But while I was waiting for some funds to sell from another mutual fund that I had, I went ahead and started looking, and I found AMC, and I was like, ooh, I'm going to buy some AMC instead because I really liked the potential of the company long running. They were severely undersold. And so I started investing in AMC ever since. And I think it was when GME got back up to about $250. There was an important battle that was going on with AMC, and I can't remember if it was 801 or if it was 1201 maybe. I don't remember which it was, but at that point I was like, you know what, we really need to kind of pump that support. And it was only 2 shares, but it was a lot of money. So I sold for like $500. I sold those 2 shares and then bought $500 worth of AMC to try and help support that. You know, I bought towards the end of the day, right at the closing minutes, to try and get that price up to 1201. Yeah, I think it was the 1201. Now that I think about it, but yeah, it was. It was hard letting go of those 2 GME shares just because I just wanted to be a part of the movement. But I really felt attached to AMC and its movement, so that's why I did. And so now I don't have anything else. It's just AMC. Looks like we have a buy wall set up right now at 3280 for about 2,500 shares. So there's a level of support there. Conversely, there's sell walls at 3298, 3299, 5,000 and 8,000 shares respectively. 1,000, almost 1,200 at $33. So they have a little bit of a wall set up there to try and keep us underneath the $33 mark. Okay, it looks like we punched through it. So I'm really excited about what's going to be happening here. I really kind of want to see this bounce. This is a double test off the bottom here. And what's also looking like a nice little George W that's forming up right now. Not a very big one by any means. In fact, if I scroll out to the 5-minute interval, I doubt we'll even see it. Yep, it's gone. But yeah, I do like where we're going. However, I do break typically from 10:30 my time, which is in about 10 minutes from now, until about 11:10. So I take a 40-minute break then, and then I also take a 40-minute break at 1:30 my time into 2:10. So basically 10 minutes into the power hour. I got to do things like feed myself, drink water, and give my mom a call. You know, got to talk to your mom. She's unfortunately in the hospital right now. She was talking on the show earlier, so she's obviously well enough to be chatting on the show, probably watching it, probably streaming it, keeping her company as she sits there in the hospital. Unfortunately, I wish I could be there with her. I'd do my streaming right there at the hospital side if I could. Kind of bothers me that we're so far away from each other. So we're having a nice little run up here. We did test that bottom, like I said, twice down here. Looked like the support was around 3283. So it looks like the bid side's kind of thinning out a little bit, so we could see a little bit of a reversal coming here. I love this. Somebody puts in a $5,000 one share. They're like, "Come on, guys, buy it. I need $5,000." I wonder. Sometimes I wonder if they actually get sold. So this is by Choice Ad 63. Posted on Reddit. They said AMC down. Why? Not sure why it's tanking when no apes are selling. You know, this is the game, right? I mean, they want us to sell, and the only way they can get us to sell is by scaring the crap out of us. That's the only thing that they can do. So why is it down? Because they're trying to induce paper hands, and based on what I'm seeing right now, we're holding really strong at that 32.75, which is that 20 right at the 20% mark for those synthetic price failures. So yeah, I feel like we're holding strong. Um, and it's okay to see a 25% drop or 30% drop. It's going to happen. People are going to sell, and there's nothing we can do about that. Not everybody's built to handle this battle. It's okay though, because we have. I don't know. I think there's a very strong possibility that we may end up having 4+ billion shares outstanding out there. So it's going to take a lot more than a few paper hands. In fact, it would take us, if we had 4 billion outstanding shares out there, it would take us 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times. We would have to trade over the entire float. If not, it'd be slightly more than maybe 7 times. 7 times we have to trade out the entire float just to cover all those. So, a couple percent of people selling their shares is not going to hurt us. So we had a 10,308 buy wall show up at 3308. This is what I know. I know some people have been pointing out that those aren't considered buy walls. It's what I call it. I don't know what else to call it. Maybe it's synthetic buy wall, if you want to call it that, because it's posturing to show strength at that price point. But and I would agree that typically when you see it get hit, it almost disappears instantly. But I just call it a buy wall. Choo Choo, if you're still watching, where are you from? Are you local to the United States, or are you outside of the United States? I do like to meet new users and people who come and frequent the show. I'd like to ask Mark Mitchell some questions too if he's out there. Uh, just find out about some of the people that are come here and their history and what they're all about when in regards to AMC. I won't be able to do it forever. Once we do have a strong following on here and we have lots of people watching, I can't do that for everybody. But while we're still small and young, Phoenix, Arizona, I lived there. I lived in Peoria for 10 years almost. Peoria, Arizona. Whew, man, it's hot out there. I remember when I first drove out there, I moved from Eugene, Oregon. And, oh, hey, Mark. Hey, Mark. I'll get to you in just a second, Mark. I just want to tell you this quick story about Phoenix, Arizona. So I was moving from Eugene, Oregon, which rains like 9 months out of the year. Oh, DC, nice. I'm from DC as well. I grew up in a military family, so I've been all over. Anyways, Eugene, Oregon, moving down to Phoenix, Arizona, and we had a U-Haul. Brought all of our stuff down there, and it was the biggest truck you can possibly buy in U-Haul. And me and my uncle-in-law unloaded all of our stuff because we didn't have a house yet. We were still in the process of buying one, and we unloaded everything out of it and into a storage unit. So it's an aluminum or metal U-Haul into a metal storage unit, and my goodness, I went through, I think it was like 3 or 4 gallons of water in like a 2 to 3 hour. Yeah, it was a huge temperature shock, cultural shock difference. Everything was different. Everything. Uh, the roads are narrow on the freeways. The roads or the freeways seem narrower there as well in Phoenix. So like, I mean, that was just hard to get used to alone, especially if you're driving a U-Haul. But we unloaded that thing in like 2 hours, 2 or 3 hours in the middle of the heat in like July. And I went through like 3 or 4 gallons of water. I thought I was gonna die. I was like, man, I never peed once. I drank 3 to 4 gallons of water and didn't pee a single time. And I was like, something's wrong. If you can drink 3 to 4 gallons of water and not have to go to the restroom, something's wrong with you. I thought something bad was going to happen, and nothing happened. I was fine. Everything was okay. Other than the fact that I was extremely, I guess, electrolytes were probably running really low because I was so diluted. So I think I had headaches the next day or something. But I survived and lived there for 10 years. And man, I'll tell you what, that is just one hot son of a bitch. I actually did triathlons. Believe it or not, I don't look like it now, but I did triathlons out there, and I did pretty well. I was actually second for my age group in all of Arizona, which was in my 30s. But yeah, I did enjoy Arizona, but I don't know that I would move back. DC, Reston area. I know it very well. My dad passed away about 2 years ago, and he was living in Reston. We went back there when he was passing away, and we haven't buried him yet. It's been 2 years now. We're trying to get him into the National Cemetery in DC, and our paperwork it went through, but they're trying to figure out what his exact rank was. I guess there was some a little bit of difficulty in understand what his exact rank was when he left the military. Long story, but they still have not been able to get the paperwork to get that process through. And with COVID hitting, basically, like, there's so many people who have died, and I'm sure they're just inundated with. They have a back order of people who are trying to get in to be buried, and so I got to give them a call again and see where they're at on getting us on the list. But the other thing too is we couldn't go out there to do a service, so it's been this like waiting period. It's just been awful. But I'm going to be going back to the DC area when we have when we do have the funeral for him. But we're going to have a celebration. We're going to have a party celebration out there to celebrate his life, and when I'm out there, maybe I'll be able to visit with some of the DC groups. I did grow up in DC part of my life. My dad served in the Reagan administration, so for a better part of most of my younger years, probably about 10 years of those, I spent living in Washington, D.C. We were in Alexandria, and man, D.C. is just one amazing place to grow up in. Getting to go downtown and see some of the Smithsonian's. There's just so much there to do. There's more now than there was back when I was a kid. I really am looking forward to taking the family out there and doing some of the just general sightseeing that you can do while you're there. Touristy stuff. Yeah, I know. I agree, Mark. It's been rough. We're going to make it through this, but it has been rough. Okay, I talked my way into a break. Oh man, see, Colorado's where I want to go. You moved from Colorado to DC, that's rough. What part of Colorado were you in? Ultimately, that's where I want to live. I would love to spend my retirement years in a place like Colorado. There's just so much beauty up there. So beautiful. I've been a lot of places in my lifetime, and I have to say that Colorado tops them. It really does, especially like Boulder area. My God, it's so beautiful up there. One of the more beautiful places than Colorado is Yosemite National Park, but you can't live there. so Colorado is a good runner-up. I would definitely love to live in Colorado. All right, I have talked my way into a break, guys. I need to step away for a little bit, eat some food, and I'll come back. I will see you guys here, hopefully. If not, I will see you again in the future. And buy and hold, right? I will see you guys at 40 minutes from now, 11:10. I leave the show running, so if you guys want to just stay here for the just to watch what's happening, you're more than welcome to do so. I do kind of tend to monitor a little bit what's going on if stuff is being said. And I will try to leave. That was a beautiful George W. we had there that we bounced off of. I would leave some kind of like prediction as to where we're trending towards, but it would be really difficult for me to predict that right now. Denver area for 39 years, moved to DC to be with the son and his wife for our first grandchildren, been providing daycare full time. That's awesome, man. That is so cool. I mean, DC's not bad. I really like DC. I have fond memories of a childhood growing up there. Colorado, though, man, I tell you what, that must have been hard to leave. It is beautiful there. All right, guys, I will be back. See you in a bit, and I will leave this up and running. Okay, I am back. I'm going to respond real quickly here to something that was sent to me. I'll go ahead and put my video feedback on. First of all, it does look like we might have an ascending parallel channel here. Let's see if we can draw this out. I'm actually going to use a different point here, I think. And this is a bearish indicator, so when it breaks out, it should go down. But we are approaching, or at least heading up, traversing towards that VWAP. So Adam's asking me a question about how I feel about the tool that Adam Aaron had given us in order to use say technologies in order to do voting on questions for the quarterly meeting. Hey, how's it going? Good to see you back here. So the question is should we be using the say technologies? And I'll tell you what, I had huge reservations against using it because when I went into the link that Adam Aaron provided through his Twitter account, it took me to a website that is essentially asked me for my password through a third party and username and password to get into Fidelity, which is who I trade through. Because of that, it kind of concerned me, and I was like, nope, not doing it instantly. I was just kind of like, there's too much at stake here. I'm going to pass. However, as of this morning, there was a post on Reddit indicating that if you have an iOS app for Fidelity, that you can actually link straight through the Fidelity app, which I showed earlier on the live stream this morning. So that is up there. If you want to see it, it's kind of earlier on in the morning, and I did use it. I went through and I checked it out. I didn't have to put in any kind of password or anything in regards to sorry, Adam's asking me another question here. You know, I didn't have any other thing that I had to put in there except for just going through Fidelity and answering questions or answering upvotes. You know, voting on certain things or being able to put in a question for the quarterly meeting. So it made me feel a lot safer, and I went ahead and did it and verified that my votes were actually counting. What I did is I went to one of the lower, less voted for accounts, and then verified that the share count went up by roughly about how many shares I own, and it did. So I went ahead and voted on the top one, and I personally myself would never put my account name and password for any third party for something as big as this ever. I don't care if it's as easy as putting in a two-factor authentication or changing your password afterwards. I'm just not going to do it. It's just not something that I want to be a part of. There's too much at risk here, and I'm not going to. But the fact that I could go straight through the Fidelity app, that really encouraged me. So I'm going to type. I don't know if Adam's actually watching right now. But that's kind of how I feel about at least for Fidelity users who have the iOS app. I felt safe using it. That's just my personal opinion. If you don't feel safe, don't use it. So let's see here. Let's look at options really fast here while I'm waiting for a response from Adam. Okay, so options on the call side. Hold on one second. Okay, so on the call options side, it looks like the most support for the volume is still around the $40 strike price with 16.7 million. Sorry, what am I saying? 16.7 thousand. And on the put side, it looks like the biggest amount of strength is still around that $30 strike price at 19.6 thousand options. So there's definitely a strength starting to show. More strength starting to show on the volume for the put side of driving the price down on the stock. So we're now above the VWAP. I don't have any levels of support or resistance at these prices, and I'm not sure why. It looks like most of my stuff was kind of up higher, but I'm going to keep them there. I do tend to think that we're going to be heading back up into those ranges possibly later today as the day moves on. Looking at shares available to borrow. Refresh this. It was 350 earlier. Looks like it went up to 450, then back down to 454, 450. So it's kind of like bouncing around. Okay, so we're finally getting data reporting over here on Ortex. We're at 15.13% short share interest on the free float. Looks like shares borrowed were up to 719,000, 719.86. So that's the opposite direction than we were doing yesterday. So more bought today than there is sold. This is the first time I'm seeing data. So there was negative 5.6 million shares returned yesterday. So we're at 719.8K lent today. I think this is where we're going to start to see a reversal on some of the red days that we've been having. This is where the data is going to support that. The indicators that are going to come in that are going to start showing that we're going to have a price increase here soon. I can't say how much. I know that's probably the first question on your mind is really price increase. How much? You don't say. Yeah, I can't really. I do feel extremely bullish about tomorrow. Just kind of like on the history of what I've been seeing with this, and I'm okay with being wrong. Inflow versus outflow, 250 to 264. So we've gained some ground on inflow versus outflow. Taking a look at fidelity. Let's check that out. I gotta log back in just to check the order flows. AMC is still in second. Earlier it was 73 to 33, I believe. 73 to 28, I guess. Yeah. It's now 74 to 26. Oh no, it would have been 73 to 27. I don't know. Anyways, it's, GME was in third. They did slip 2 places, and they are now in well, this looks like fifth place. Yeah, fifth place on most trending stocks on Fidelity. They're 88% buys versus 12% sells. Good numbers on GME currently. Where did that lead me into one of the? Oh yeah. Oh wow. Okay, so it looks like Robinhood had quite a big morning this morning. So take it for what it's worth. I personally think that we're going to see a dump on this. I definitely think that this is a pump situation, pump and dump situation here. Look at the amount of large orders compared to the large orders on the sell side, the buy versus the sell. There's like almost a 2-to-1 ratio on large orders going through, right? Why? That's strange. Big orders, institutions like to sell too. So watch for that. Watch for that to, this started pumping up here. They might be trapping people. This could be very well a bear trap. Amazon, we're still waiting to see that increase back up to the 3,600 range. It's still low at 3,300. The market's this is kind of like the heartbeat of America right here, and it's not pulling back up. Cinemark is down 4.25% for the day. We're also down 4.35% on the day. So even though that we've had what I would consider ladder attacks on the price, we're trending down equally as much as Cinemark is on the day when they're a competitor. So Dogecoin is dropping 19. It's this might be that correction back to 17 that I was thinking was going to happen. GME is down 4.8% for the day, and we are down 4%, but climbing. Looking at the market, let's see how it's doing as a whole. Give that a second to refresh here. Okay, so the market as a whole is improving. There's only 3,642 decliners over 2,888 advancers. It does show green on the 3 indices, S&P 500, Dow Jones, and the Nasdaq. And then the sectors that we have here, and this hasn't updated yet, but software and IT services are rough. Looks like there's some semiconductor issues, banking issues, definitely some investments firm or banking sector. That's this sector up here. I don't know what this one is. Schwab. This has to do with banks too. Investment banks. So based on this current trend, I have 2 touch points, one here and one here, and 2 on the bottom as well. It's not a very solid trend, but we're running with it. We are above the VWAP ever so slightly. We do have some buy walls at 3360, 3350, and 3348, or 3338, as well as some sell walls, 3372. So I talked to my mom while I was out on lunch, and she's doing a lot better. She's probably hopefully going to get to leave the hospital here soon. But one of the things that she said she wanted me to kind of talk about, I'm probably going to wait a little bit here. I'm only showing 2 viewers right now, so I'm going to wait until I have possibly a few more. But she does want me to touch on the idea that that we really need to be promoting the idea that people should be making sure that their shares are not being lent through their broker. which is a huge thing for us. If we could eliminate that, our utilization will go through the roof. And that's one of our indicators that we really need to see happen. So she was suggesting that we perhaps instead of looking for 5 people that you know who own this stock, searching for one person. Right, let's start small. Start small. Find one person who you can, talk to who owns the stock as beside yourself, and say to them like, "Hey, do you know if your broker shares your sorry, loans your shares?" And see what their answer is. And if it isn't, if they don't, or if they do, or they don't know the answer, then help them out. Try to help them out to get to that point to where their broker doesn't use their shares to be lent out. We have a huge problem right now with that, and I can show you how we have a huge problem. Current total institutional shares that are owned is 115.6 million shares, or 115.7. Now, when you consider the fact that there is 513.33, but the float only has 448.74 million, that's 1/4 almost of the float that is owned by institutions, which means we own basically 3/4. More than likely, we own a lot more than that, but we have 3/4 of the total amount of shares that are out there that can be lent. Now, currently on loan, when you look at that, they have. Let me move my tabs over here. They currently have on loan 97, basically 100 million shares, right? So if 1/4 of our shares are owned by institutions and 1/4 is being lent out on loan, then that only leaves 2/4. So they have a lot of shares out on loan, and you have to ask yourself, like, where did they get these on loan shares from? They're getting them from us. A lot of people were suggesting, and I know I've suggested in the past, that some of these shares are coming from the institutional shares, and they might be. They might be coming from the institutional shares, but they also might be coming from us. And unless we get ourselves off of those lists for our shares to be lent out, we can't eliminate ourselves as part of the problem. So grabbing at least one person that you know and talking to them about whether or not their broker can lend out their shares is an important thing to do. We can really hurt them bad. Kick them in the jimmy with preventing those shares from being lent out. Another thing is, and I'll talk about this again later today, so I apologize if it sounds like a repeat, but it is such an important topic. She said to point out how do you find out based on your broker. And I do have, let me see here. I do have a saved file. Let me see if I can just find it here. Here we go. So I saved this a while back. This was posted by Aaron IX. I guess that would be, what is that, 9? No, yeah, 9. I thought 5 and 3 ones or 4 ones was 9. I don't know what IX is. Anyways, I'm just gonna post this up on the screen here. They posted a link to this one, which is posted by, who is this? I'm not sure if this is just a main page that has this. But anyways, they posted in here about bad brokers that restricted purchasing of certain tickers. These I think the good brokers is probably where you should start. If you come down there, it says most Canadian brokers, most European brokers, Fidelity, Vanguard, Wealthsimple, Schwab, You Invest, Capital.com, Wells Fargo, and Nordnet and Citibank. They had as good brokers. This doesn't specifically state that they don't loan your shares. This had more to do with whether or not they stopped trading back in January when the squeeze for GME happened. I think Fidelity used to be on the neutral brokers. Webull admitted they were forced to by a clearing firm. Clearing firm is Apex. They will be moved to the neutral once they publicly confirm Apex was sole reason the trades were restricted. But my guess would be is that if you belong to one of these bad brokers or one of the neutral brokers that are listed here, let me get rid of this. Well, that doesn't quite look the same one. There we go. If you're part of one of these, I would go and I would look, and they're E-Trade, Ally, Public.com, Merrill Edge, IG Broker, Trade Republic, Webull, Stake, Trading 212, Free Trade, M1 Finance, Tastyworks, Stash, TD Ameritrade Canada, and Revolut. You might want to go and check and see if your shares are being lent. Now, I'm not saying that your shares can't be lent through some of the good brokers as well, and they could be. I do know that if you have a margin account with Fidelity, they definitely can be used. So you would have to change the type of account that you have. But bottom line is it doesn't matter who your broker is. Just verify and make sure that you're not part of the problem. Okay, so we did fall out of this channel. Yeah, so Adam's asking me about that, the whole voting on that Say Technologies, and I said if you have the iOS version of the Fidelity app, then you can go straight through the app without putting in any info or create questions for the quarterly meeting and also vote on questions. I only feel comfortable using that. I would not give out my info to any third-party link, regardless of changing a password afterwards or two-factor authentication. So let me see if I can find. He's asking for the link to that, and I will post it back up here again for those of you who have not seen it, just in case. Again, this was posted by Jaywalking Jew. They said the Save Vote Count platform is built into the app. You can vote directly on the Fidelity iOS app, and it gives you directions on how to do it. Super easy to do. I did that, and I was able to vote, and it was great. I'm going to look for some news to see if there's any kind of new news about AMC at all. Yeah, I really think I get a kick out of the fact that that this is that this is even a topic. You know, this is posted on August 2nd. This is just journalism at its worst. Underfunded state pension hopes to ride AMC stock meme wave. Now, what I love about this is it just says a day ago, a state pension fund takes a sizable new position in AMC Entertainment, which has soared past its highs late last year, but may be returning to earth. But you know, they're talking about the New Jersey uh, pension. But let's look at that for a second. I don't want to keep reading. Let's look at this. This is so hilarious to me. First of all, let's just put in New Jersey in here. Okay, it said sizable, right? It says a sizable pension fund. It was 229 thousand shares, which is sizable. I'm not going to disagree it's not sizable, but when you consider the sizes of some of the other ones as of late, you can see they did this. The filing came out on the 23rd, but they actually bought these shares on the 30th of June or thereabouts. And if you just take this away, you can see that New York State Common Retirement Fund bought 355.8 thousand shares. Arizona State Retirement System just bought 102,000. That's not hardly anything. But you scroll down and you can see Vanguard bought 777,000 shares. Whoever this Alliance Bernstein is bought 497,000. I should probably know who that is. Here's an 893,000 by Vanguard and another 305 for some ETFs. Just amazing amounts of buy orders. But my favorite one is this one down here. 1.5 basically million shares purchased by Charles Schwab small cap ETF. What? Insane. But yet, you know, the media wants to talk about New Jersey. Yeah. So, oh yeah, it says it up here, New Jersey pension fund hopes. Yeah, it just kills me, guys. New Jersey pension fund hopes to ride AMC Entertainment meme wave. You know what? Journalism is lost. I just don't feel like there's any kind of journalistic reporting that I can, like credible journalistic reporting that I can rely on anymore. It's terrible. Especially in this day and age where with COVID, you know, like we're trying to rely on good information. It's like you can't trust anybody now. And it's like, so when you start reporting stuff, how do I know if that's the truth? The misinformation is just, it's so rampant. Sorry, 1 second, guys. I'm still responding to Adam here. Let's look at options really quick here. That's not options. My bad. Volume 18.3 for calls. And the puts 20.2. So I'm trying to decide what's going on here. All right, let's look and see here. We are roughly halfway through the day with 41 million shares traded so far. Now, typically speaking, I would never ever say that we would double that amount halfway through the day, meaning we wouldn't probably end the day at 82 million shares traded. If we did see like a big spike up in price, FOMO would kick in and we'd probably see an increase in volume throughout the day. But as it stands, what you can see right now is you can see this like steady decline throughout the day. It's just kind of going lower and lower and lower and lower and lower, and it'll probably continue on like that at least until maybe 1:30, which would be 2:30 Eastern Standard Time, or the last hour and a half of trading for the day. Then we might start to see a little bit of a pickup in volume. So the 55 to 75 million shares, that volume that I predicted, I was thinking earlier today there's a chance that I might be off, but our volume did keep falling and dropping off, so that actually could be a very good estimate. It might be on the high end of it, but I think we might be done with the 50s. I think this will be the first day of a volume increase. My brain, this is the ADD, I start thinking about things, and in my head there's so many things going on in my head, and I just say things that don't actually, I mean one thing and I say something else. I say volume, I mean price. I'm talking about volume increasing, and that, that's going to be price, or will relate to price increasing eventually. Vortex data. Let's take a look at it. We'll pull it up over here. We're at 15.13%. Let me refresh it real quick and just make sure it's accurate. Currently showing 15.13%. Borrowed amount currently for the day is at 719. That is where I have it at. 17.8 thousand shares borrowed. So they returned about 9,000 shares and have borrowed 729,000. Utilization is up, down day over day. It's I believe it was 91 point something yesterday. 91.17 down to 90.36. The thing about that is you can figure out how many shares are left to borrow by just simply taking how many are on loan versus dividing it by utilization. So yesterday we had 9.5 remaining shares to be lent, whereas today it's 10.45. So you can see with the increase of shares that are available to borrow, the utilization goes down. So that's where that stands. Let's see, what else do you want to see on this page? I had looked earlier to see this morning if there was any kind of trading signals that had changed, and there's nothing as of yet. The last two trading signals, when you look at it in here, were the buy and sell on the 30th of July. One was a MACD type 2 buy, and the other one was a sell off of the shareholder meeting. And I apologize if I've got the ticker up in the way here. I will remove that. Is there something specific that you wanted to see on the Ortex data? Or does that cover what you were looking for? And it's good to see you on the channel. There's the utilization. This is my favorite indicator right here. I'm waiting to see this on loan average age per day. I'm waiting to see another decrease in this. It should continue to go up for a little bit here before it does spike back down. But typically speaking, when we have these down events, we typically see a price increase, which we have not yet really seen from this last down event. So if you look at a lot of these other decreases, they usually coincide with some kind of price increase about 7 to 15 days after. So you can see that this is the bottom right here, and then there's a price increase down here, decrease here, there's the price increase here, decrease here. We didn't have a price increase here, but here we did. This is the only one that doesn't correspond. But I do believe it had to do with AMC selling shares during that period of time. Here's another down indicator with price increasing, another down indicator, and the price did increase, but not nearly as much as I would have anticipated. Anyways, on loan, it's just kind of trending up a little bit right now. Failure to delivers. So if I zoom in on this point right here, the last half of this month was, they were able to get off the reg show, and you can see that they cleared out their failure to deliver. So we've got this blank spot in here. How they did that is a mystery to me. I think that some of the 5 million shares that we saw borrowed in the last day might have been to cover some of the failure delivers, and we may have seen that once before last week as well. They could be, just kicking the can down the road, so to speak, by borrowing shares to replace those, or to fulfill those failure to delivers. And welcome to the channel. It's good to have you here. If you have any questions about any of the stuff that you see on the screen, I haven't seen you post anything in the chat before, so feel free to ask what whatever it is that you see on here. I do have some indicators. Today we have price predictions every day. Me and 3 other guys do a price prediction for the end of the day. This is the first time ever all 3 of us had the same exact price prediction, and it was quite amazing. But we all predicted between $34 and $37 was the price end for today. I have volume prediction out that I just kind of put out every day, and I think it's going to be between 55 and 75 million shares traded for the day, and I think we're heading on target for that. All these predictions are made around 7 o'clock in the morning. They're not set in stone. It's not something that is, well, to give you an example, and I'll pull over my little cheat sheet over here. This is John and I on this list up here. So up here on this list, John right here and myself have been doing it for 4 weeks. I think this might be the start of the. This is the 4th week. Eric's been doing it for 3 weeks, and Duncan, this is his first. I guess this is the start of his 2nd week. This is how many times we've gotten it correct, those price predictions in that period of time, in those periods of time. And the times that we've missed completely is 9 times. So out of anybody, Eric's got the best ratio on figuring out the price at the end of the day, but by no means do we nail this accurately. It's definitely not in our favor right now. But we just do it as a small friendly bet against each other to see who's going to win an ice cream. Just to kind of keep things interesting. But welcome to the channel, and I hope there's some information that you have to add to the community, or information that you're getting from me that will help you out. It's good to have you here. I'm not seeing. Let me pull out 30-minute on the 30-minute interval. Our RSI is low, 2668. So this is a little bit low. So there's definitely going to be some buying pressure. On the 5-minute interval, we're currently running at 47.86, which is kind of mid-range. So RSI is relative strength index, and as it gets high, it means it's overbought, and you're going to see a correction where there's a sell-off. If it's low, then it's oversold, and you're going to see more people running in to buy the stock. So at the 30-minute interval, this value is low. It's underneath that range of 30 to 70. It's at 2684. Which would indicate to me that on a long-term basis, RSI is really low, and that we're going to start seeing a buy, especially if I move out to the 1-hour interval. It's still saying low, quite low. This leads into my idea about being really bullish for tomorrow. I think we're going to see a price correction in a very bullish manner for tomorrow. And it might even lead into after-hour market today. I definitely think that there could be a push in the aftermarket hours heading into tomorrow. We do see a lot of our runs kind of happen in the aftermarket hours. Our large runs, anyways. And I don't have an explanation for that, honestly. If I had to guess, if I had to guess, we know that the market runs during certain hours and they close shop afterwards. But we know that they run algorithms, and we know that they have people who monitor in after hours. Maybe they don't run it as good. And so when investors suddenly come in after hours and decide to place orders, it gets out of control, and there's just nothing they can do about it. Maybe they don't have the authorization to modify the algorithm so that they can deal with a surge of buyers. I don't know. There could be a million different reasons. But we do see a lot of the big upticks in the after hours, though. This is why anybody I'm talking to, I always tell them, I say, like, number 1 rule, never buy more than you can afford to lose. Number 2 rule, hold. Number 3 rule, it really is. Where was I going with this? My mind just lost it. Number 3 rule is see, so it's buy and hold, and man, I really just can't remember what I was just talking about. Never buy more than you can lose. Oh, help me out, somebody, please. I'm drowning. I can't even remember what I was talking about now. It had something to do with the price. Oh man, I'm gonna have to go back and watch my own stream. Give me a second. I'll know what I was saying. Yeah, doing your own DD is huge. I'm listening to my own stream trying to figure out where I was going with this. I'm looking for a trend right now. I'm still listening to my stream trying to figure out where I was going with that. Oh, yes. All I had to do was hear aftermarket hours on my live stream, and I remember what it was. The third thing that I always tell everybody is make sure that you're signed up for aftermarket hour trading, right? So number one, buy and hold. Number two, or sorry, first number one is never buy more than you can afford to lose. Number two is buy and hold, and number three is set your broker up if you can. Get it in with a broker who has after-hour trading, pre-market and after-hour trading, and set that up, because if you don't have that available to you, you know, you could miss out on the backside of the price falling after the squeeze starts, or you could actually miss out on opportunities to buy um, before a big price increase. You know, if you're one of those people who's constantly buying the stock as it's going, and you start to see a run that just takes off, and you have extra money that you want to put into it before it gets too high, you know, you want to have the ability to do that, because you know what ends up happening is I've seen people where they will invest money, they'll put their order in the after hours, but it won't go through until the next day. And at that point, it's, you know, the run may already be over, or you know you're substantially higher than where you could have been if you could have made the trade when you wanted to. So yeah, definitely get those aftermarket hour trading abilities, because they're not always set up immediately for you. You have to kind of get approval sometimes through some of the brokers like Fidelity, and it's super easy to do. If you guys want the link, if anybody's listening right now and you want the link for that, I can give it to you. But as that is the third thing that I would recommend. And do your own DD. I do agree with that. Definitely don't trust me. Don't trust anybody else who's a YouTuber. Do your own DD, and I'll tell you why. Because it makes for great conversation. If you come back and you say to me, "Hey, Casey, you're doing this wrong," and I'll be like, "Really? What am I doing?" And then you can show me how I'm wrong. I get to learn from that. And likewise, if I'm able to teach you something, we all learn something, and you know, growing those wrinkles on those brains is really what this is all about, right? It's about becoming smarter, and you know, trying to correct the problems that we have inside of our market. If we don't know what's going on, how can we expect there to be change? I have to say, like, I've been thinking a lot about, ever since this whole process started. One of the things that was said to me by a friend of mine was is that you may destroy the hedge funds that are currently involved in AMC, but there will be somebody who fills those spots afterwards when it's all said and done. If you accomplish your goals, there's going to be somebody who steps into those spots and just continues off where they left off. And it always kind of bothered me thinking about that. And I was like, you know, is there a place for hedge funds in the market? And you know, does it have a purpose? And I think that it does. Like, the more I started to think about it, I really do think that hedge funds do have there is a purpose or a reason for controlling the price of a stock from getting out of hand, and hedging bets against the stock market overinflating. The problem is that it's just really gotten out of control. The laws that are in place, they're broken easily, and they just write it into their business portfolio as like, this is just part of doing business. If I want to make $1 billion, I have to give up, a $1.5 million settlement on, making the $1 billion. That's tough. We need to fix that kind of stuff. We need to fix the idea that it's okay to break the rules or the laws and the regulations that we have in place, and until the laws fit or the punishment fits the crime, we will continue to see these kind of things continue to happen. And I'm just now starting to see a pattern here. This just, as I was looking at this and talking, I saw something. Let me draw this out a little bit. I see a little bit of a triangle pattern. We might be consolidating here to a point. Okay, so this is I believe they call this a triangle pattern, and it's gonna consolidate down to a point and then break out up or down. There's no indicator on this that I'm seeing that would indicate a specific way it's gonna break on this, so I can't say if it's gonna be up or down. Let me just zoom out a little bit here. Yeah, I'm not really seeing a specific direction or indicator as to whether this is bullish or bearish. But I like putting these boxes up just because it's fun. I'm going to put a box in here to kind of give an idea as to where I think it might break out at. Probably around here. How long of a time frame is that? 1330 to 1345. Let's give myself a 15-minute window. So break out one of the two directions there. I don't know that it's going to quite consolidate all the way down to the tip here. I mean, just from having done this for, I don't know, probably a good 14, for a good at least 4 weeks where I've been kind of monitoring these charts really heavily and just watching AMC over a month's period of time. And I haven't just been monitoring for just a month, but I've been doing this technical analysis heavily for like the last straight month. I would tend to see these break out before it actually gets down to the very tip. So, but I would kind of guesstimate that this is, in this time frame, it's going to break out one direction or the other. But yeah, I'm going to be straight up in front, honest with you guys. I've been trading since 1998. That's when I first got into the semiconductor industry, and I got a 401k. And you're probably like, well, 401k is not really trading. And that's true. I wasn't really trading, but I actually did trades within my 401k. I made one of the very first mistakes when I first started working in the stock market or trading in it. Is I was trying to use my 401k as though it were a regular trading platform, even though it was only going through funds. Mutual funds. I wasn't very successful until I found some of the right funds to be in, which happened to be construction at the time. And then when we hit the bubble in 2001, I think it was, yeah, I lost a lot of money. It was pretty rough. But anyways, I've done some trading in and out for quite a few years. did the whole thing with looking into penny stocks to trying to work with companies that had big dividends. I kind of went down a lot of those different paths, and none of them ever really panned out for me because every single time I would get involved into something like that, we'd hit another one of those, a 2001 or a 2008 or something like that, and it was just like, are you kidding me? And so the last kick that I went on was IPOs, buying into IPOs that I felt were really strong IPOs like Facebook. And that was a disaster for me. I had to hold out for 2 years to double my money, which in the grand scheme of things, I think a lot of people would agree that doubling your money in a 2 year span is not a bad profit. But holding for 2 years is tough. It really is tough. Uh, I would say that I earned my diamond hands back when I traded when I got into Facebook. But I was committed. I was committed to that stock, and I knew that they had a product that was going to make them money, and that product was simply information. Information alone is priceless in this economy, and so I just trusted my intuition on it, and it did pay off for me. But I moved away from the stock market after I traded out after the 2 years passed. And it wasn't until GME rolled around with the squeeze that really kind of brought me back to the market again. And so here I am. Um, I've learned more since January, probably in all the entire time that I've ever traded. In fact, I did something that I've never done before, which was traded options for the first time this year. That wasn't something that I'd ever done before. But yeah, doing your own DD is definitely important. You can't just trust a YouTube personality or somebody on a social media platform to give you the information that you want. It was just like I was talking about just a minute ago with the with news. The Business Journal posting something on New Jersey pension funds hope to ride at AMC entertainment meme wave. You know, it's just terrible. Some of the reporting is just absolutely ludicrous. The hit pieces, like the Motley Fool, 3 ways for AMC stock to move higher again. I guarantee if I open up that article, it's probably going to end with, but here's better stocks for you to buy. um, Investor Place 20 hours ago posted 2 stocks that could be the next GME or AMC. Trying to get people's attention away. What's the next big thing? I mean, it feels like the same thing with penny stocks. If you've ever invested in penny stocks before, um, you know that like everybody's just like mad dashing from like one investment to the next, trying to find that gold mine, right? I'm sure like everybody's invested in one of those. And my mom's listening, so she's probably gonna get angry at me for saying this, but I think everybody's had that period of time in their life where they've invested in a gold stock company, and probably struggled. Maybe it was a mineral company that was searching for some kind of minerals, and they had something that they were waiting for approval to do mining for it or something like that. But there's always one of those like catch the next wave moments. We do have a 10,300 buy order at $33.15. So if it does drop to, it looks like we're going to probably have a little bit of a turnaround here. So it is going to ride this back up. I have to say that's probably one of the things I like. I like the least about the stock market is that I always felt like there's just people running from one stock to the next trying to find the next big hit, and it's just always kind of bothered me. How is it trading so systematically? Specifically AMC, you mean? Why is it trading So systematically, I guess probably the best answer for that would probably be due to the fact that the algorithms that are being ran by the hedge funds to control the price. I think that's what makes it so predictable. Well, so predictable and not predictable. So today's episode, my YouTube channel today is called Synthetic Price Failure, and this is a term that I've coined. So I ran a GME model on the squeeze that happened in January because I kind of wanted to understand a little bit more about what it was, the indicators that I might see on a squeeze with AMC that would help me to identify when the backside of a squeeze was. And I found some key points where the algorithms were trading on what I would call a synthetic price failure. So what would happen is you would see the systemic loss in price where it'd be at some kind of new high, whatever your high is. For us, as an example, just to give you kind of like an example of what's happening right now, on the 27th of this month, of this last month, we were at $40.94. Now, if you called that a high, we currently hit a new low today at $32.78 right here on the chart, right? And that is a 19.9% drop from that $40.94. What are the chances that I could sit here and tell you that I kept seeing 20% failure drops, these synthetic price failures? And it just repeated itself over and over and over and over on GME. There's 3 points that you have to look at, and it's 20% drops, 40% drops, and 60% drops. Anything over a 20% drop is an actual sell-off of real shares being sold by investors. And if there is a little bit of a margin of error in there, it could be, the price could drop to 22% or something like that, and it could still just be a synthetic price drop. But when you see like a 30% drop, which we've had on 7/15, between 7/8 and 7/15, we went from 49.79 to 31.10 on AMC. It was a 37.5% price drop. I guarantee you that was, a large portion of that, maybe 1/3 of those sales were actual paper hands. And that's the way that they run these algorithms. These algorithms are based on how they can get people to sell on fear, and so they create this fear and uncertainty and doubt by dropping these prices by 20%. So when you see a 20% failure, like we just saw in this last 7 business days, because it was from the 27th, sorry, not business days, 7 days. In the last week, we dropped from 40.94 to 32.78. That's a synthetic price failure. They're just simply trying to get people to sell shares right now. And so I firmly, and I kind of, if you watch the show from the beginning today, I was predicting that they would probably get the price down to 32.75. 32.75 is exactly 20%. I felt like there would be a lot of investor support at that point because investors, at least the ape investors, are pretty predictable as well, and they do like to come in and support new dips. So while we're on the front side of the squeeze, those are kind of indicators where apes kind of come to the calling and start buying. So I'm not really sure if your systematically means this specific share or in regards to other shares as well, other companies' shares as well. In other words, like if we were to pull up side by side, let's just do it real quick here. If we were to pull up side by side AMC and GME, this is going to get messy, but let's just try and look at it real fast here. I'll get rid of the tally marks. I'm going to pull out to the 5-minute mark here just so we can kind of see things. So let's pull it out here and we'll see if we can get these to show up. And if you look at these, you say like, almost looks like the same chart. Not quite. I mean, there's definitely some differences, but this is GME right here on the right and AMC on the left. Why are they trading so similarly? As I know that's not the same word that you used. You said systematically, but Okay, so you're just referring to AMC. The reason that these are trading so, I'm going to answer this question anyways, but even though it's not what you asked, but the reason that these are trading so similarly, and I do believe it's because some of the ETFs are traded through the same funds. So when they want to short one stock, it impacts both equally. And that's actually there's some great DD that's popping up right now all over the place about IWR, I believe, is one of the funds, and I forget what the name of the other one is. But I'll tell you what, one thing that you're going to get on this channel that you will get nowhere else, probably, is that I'm gonna send you to everybody that I know of who's got the best information. And Charlie's Vids, I believe, is the name of the YouTuber. Let me just pull it up here and show him and give him some credit here. But he is amazing on information like that. Let me just pull it up. If you want to see information on any of the NSCC regulations, he's constantly diving into that stuff. He's hugely familiar with it. That's who I go to for my information. Because of my ADD, I just can't sit down and read for very long periods of time. It really makes it difficult for me to just study it. However, though, there are people out there who I watch and I look at their information and I make a decision based off of what it is that they're researching. And if you want somebody who goes into it pretty thoroughly, this is the guy for you. But I'll pull it up on the screen. It's Charlie's Vids. He's got a pretty good subscriber level, 32.2K. But he's got some great stuff in there. And he's talking about the ETF ecosystem right here. Is a video I haven't even watched yet. BlackRock's ETF ecosystem, IJR, IXR, those are some of the ones. But these ETFs are all traded within. They're all linked together. These stocks are all linked together through ETFs, and so when they short one, they're shorting them both. It looks like we broke out of that wedge a little bit before my box there, which it looks like we could be heading back down to test that 32.75 level again. We are on the back half of the day. But yeah, so in regards to systematically, it's got to be, the only thing that comes to my mind is the algorithms that the hedge funds use to try and drive the price down. I think it's very thorough in its work, and it's actually it kind of makes things a little predictable in a way, and I like it. But at other times, you'll see things that you like when we have price increases. I don't think any single one of us. Now I know. Let's see on the trading indicators today. Did I even change those? Oh, I didn't put John's in. All three of us were sideways except for Duncan, but Duncan didn't really put in a price quote for the day today. I forgot to put John's in here as even. It's nearly impossible to try and predict a price increase and how much it's going to increase on this stock. And that's because whenever we start to run up, there's just absolutely no way of knowing when that movement or the FOMO ends. And so it's just so hard to try and predict something like that. The predictable portion of this stock is the manipulation. It's really predictable. It just happens and it repeats itself over and over and over. There's a great video, yesterday's video that I had. I titled it "History Repeats Itself." There was a gentleman who was kind of scoping in on the time frame between January squeeze and June's price increase from 20 some odd dollars up to $72. He took that part, that portion, and then he did it side by side with where we're at right now, and there were some very definite similarities to what we're going through right now. The difference is that we're actually on a faster pace now to the next price increase than we were how many months we had to wait from January till June, which was kind of exciting to see. We might not have to wait as many months again to have another huge bump up. But to see how similar the patterns are is pretty striking. I'm going to go ahead and delete this. We did break out before the box, not too much before. 1319 to 1331, so yeah, 11 minutes before. Ideally, what we want to see happen is to drive back up into this box and drive through this box here. I'm going to leave the box, but get rid of the triangle. Remember, 3294 is our level of support. We've hit that a couple times earlier. It might be actually a little bit lower. This is a Fibonacci retracement off of a previous value that is not really holding quite perfect. I think 3284 is probably more a correct number. So we'll see if we bounce off of 3284. We are indeed going back to test that. I'm checking to see if they borrowed more shares. It does look like they borrowed more shares. They are up. No, I'm sorry, they returned shares. Previously, they had 719.8 thousand shares borrowed for the day today. They are down to 589.1. 589,000 shares borrowed. So they did return some shares. 15.11% of short interest on the free float. Yeah, but I mean, I want to see your name correctly. It looks like Chua Chong Jin. I'm gonna call you Mr. Jin. It's easier for me. Forgive me. But Mr. Jin, I think algorithms. And one of the reasons that I modeled GME back in January was I felt the squeeze was going to occur. CJ will do. Okay, cool. CJ. One of the reasons that I modeled GME back in January was, and I modeled it in, I think it was like March. I felt like it was like we were going to have a squeeze with AMC and that there would be no time for them to be able to change the algorithms between the GME squeeze and AMC squeezing. So those algorithms may have been adjusted since there has been quite a bit of time since March. However, I still feel like that 20, 40, and 60% are going to hold. Now, here's the interesting thing. One of the indicators for me was the squeeze won't start until you start seeing 40% drops. Okay, that was one of the indicators that I saw for sure on GME, and the largest amount of price drop that we have seen based on the way that I'm tracking this, and this is just you have to bear with me on how I track because it's according to how I did the modeling, but the biggest amount of a percentage drop that we've had so far was when we went from 64.45 on 6.3. On the same day, we went down to 41.25, which was a 36% drop. That wasn't 40%. We need to hit 40% in order for us to actually hit that squeeze. So I still don't think that we're in the squeeze phase yet. A lot of people were suggesting that it's very highly possible that we're in a squeeze period, but I don't think that's the case. So, it looks like we did bounce off of 32.88. The price I was saying was 32.84. So pretty close. Look at these numbers. Okay, this is, oh no, you can see them. Maybe they're seeable on your screen. There's 10 shares for sale at $12,351 and 17 shares for $110,000. Can you imagine? I tell you what, I get a little flustered in the idea, thinking that that we're going to be selling our shares for $110,000 a share. I'm not saying that's not possible, but wow. I'm not saying that those are going to sell, but I do like seeing that. Those make me laugh every once in a while when they do pop up on the screen. Can you imagine $110,000 a share? I don't know how many shares you got, but even if you only had 50, let's see how much money that would be. I'm just curious. Oops, too many zeros. 5,000 would make you happy. Yeah. So at $110,000 times like 50 shares, that'd be $5.5 million. No, I hear you. I understand the 5,000. Just making $5,000 would make you happy. I understand that. We're all going to have different selling points, and I get that, and I recognize that, and I know everybody's going to be a little different. One of the goals that I have in having this channel is helping people to identify what the backside of the squeeze is going to look like. Because I feel like if I can help others to identify what the back end of the squeeze looks like, that'll help them to maximize the amount of money that they can make on this, and it also kind of gives us an ability to not sell too early. Because there's nothing worse. When I did the GME model, I looked at it. Let me pull it up here just so you can kind of see what I've got for like this is just kind of a rough thing that I show people. This is the part that just killed me. So let me get rid of the tally marks real quick so you can see this well. All right. So this is kind of like the history starting on like 1.8 is this first price up here. But as the price went down, let's see, it was on 125. On 125, the share price went up on GME to $136. It was 150% basically increase in price. And then that same day, it dropped down to 65.01. Then drove up to $159 in the same day, and then back down to $61. Then 2 days later, from the 25th to the 27th, it jumped, which I think the 25th was a Monday, and then the 27th was Wednesday. It jumped up from 61 to $366. And my main problem and the whole reason for doing this model, modeling it all out, was that I wanted to understand how could I identify, because when it hit that $136, if it dropped down to say like $100, I might have sold. Just realistically speaking, I probably would have been a paper-handed bitch and I sold. And let's say that I didn't. Let's say that I didn't. It dropped down to $65 and it went up to $159, right? Which is even more. And then it drops to 61, but on the way down it hits 100, and it basically drops at that point 30% of its total price. 33.3%, whatever. I would have been, again, tempted in the same day twice to have sold, because I would have felt like, holy crap, I don't know if I can survive a second swing like that. And if I would have sold, I would have risked losing out on potentially much, much more money. Now, I'm not saying I'm gonna be able to predict the top. I'm not saying that at all. What I am telling you is that I feel comfortable in saying that I feel like I can get within 25% of the top on the backside. That's what I feel comfortable with, and so that's what I'm going to be looking for and shooting for on my personal goal for myself is 25% of the top. Now, I think any financial advisor will tell you that you have to be willing to in a trade deal you have to be willing to leave money on the table because you can't hit tops and you can't hit bottoms regularly. It's just not how it works. If you're willing to leave some money on the table, then they will tell you that you're probably making the right decisions. And so that's why I'm saying like I can't hit the top. There's just no way. Especially after doing the modeling that I did, I just don't believe that there's any way for me to hit the top. But I can, if I can get 25% from the top, and the top was 480, no, 514, right? Let's see what that is. Oh my gosh, my fingers are just not working. 514 times 0.25, 128.5. Okay, so that's $385. That's sure a hell lot better than $100. Because if I would have folded at when it got up to 159 and sold at 100, $385 is a much better price. Is it the top? Nope, it's not the top. Is it $482, which is close to the top? Nope, it's not that either. But it's certainly more than the last time it goes up, which is 321. If I can get out at 385, that's pretty good. At least I feel like it is. Look at that. It even drove up to 437 a little bit later. I think 385 is not bad. So, that's just how I'm looking at it. Everybody's going to do their own thing, though, right? Everybody's going to have their own point, and they have to have their own point. We can't collude in this together. And so, whatever makes you comfortable is what you have to do. If you're comfortable with only making $5,000 and that's the end of the trip for you, that's the end of the trip for you. I can't tell you what to do. My goodness, though. I'm so glad that I did this modeling when I did it because if AMC had squoze before I did the modeling, I would have been flailing, just completely flailing, not understanding when to sell. There's definitely selling strategies out there too. 5,000 a share, but yes, thanks for the Excel. Absolutely. 5,000 a share. So originally when I modeled this out, I was looking at volumes, and our volume is significantly higher, and it's changed, which is actually kind of so part of the problem that I've had with some of my modeling is that GME didn't have shares sold at key points during squeeze, or they did have a share sale in December, but it was nothing like in the terms of what we've seen on AMC. So it's kind of wreaked havoc on some of my Excel charting a little bit. I think it's also played a part as to why this has gone on for as long as it has. Maybe it was needed, maybe it wasn't. I don't know. But this is where we're at, and so we'll go with what we have. When I did the initial modeling, I want to say that GME. I'm pretty sure I can't remember the exact values, but I know we were at about 400 and some change in total shares outstanding. We're now at 513.33 million. If you look at the total amount of volume that was traded on GME versus the amount that the outstanding volume versus the total amount traded per day, if you were to multiply that by the type of volume that we currently have right now, like how many shares we actually right now, and came up with like a similar type volume, it kind of gives you an idea for maybe how many outstanding shares there might be. Not 100%, but it might give you an idea. And so when I did the modeling, the value that I was coming up with was $2,500. Now, this was back in March. I'm pretty confident now that $5,000 price, is that what you said? 5,000 a share? Yeah. I feel like that's a safe number. I do think that it's possible to get over that, though. I do. I do think that I do think that there's going to be higher prices than 5,000, but I do think that that's a safe number. I'm kind of guesstimating, and this is just off the top of my head. It's not any kind of number crunching that I've done, but I'm guesstimating somewhere between 4 and 7 billion outstanding shares. If we're gonna be hitting that 5,000 target, we need it to be about 4 billion. 4 billion would be enough. Because I was only estimating 2 billion before, and so if you just double that, you double the share price, and I had 2,500 per share. So yeah, 4 billion. If you think 4 billion outstanding shares is what we're at right now, then I think that $5,000 per share is definitely doable. But again, some of this is all going to be based off of lots of factors that we can't control. We can't control when people sell. We can't control, the hedge fund fuckery that's going to happen. Who knows if we're going to have like another type situation similar to Robinhood where people just can't sell, or they can sell but they can't buy. There's a lot of things that could happen that are outside factors that we have no control over, and we need to take those into account as things are happening and unfolding, which could change the floor. I think one of the questions my mom asked me when I first started talking to her about this was, I told her, I said, there are people out there who think this can get, up to 250. Back then it was $250,000 a share, and she's like, what other share can you point to that even trades close to that? And I said, it really has nothing to do with that. It has more to do with how long everybody holds for and how much they have to cover and whether or not there's enough money to cover for that. And so that's when I started looking at the DTCC clearinghouse and how much money that they had. Now, we've come to find out since then that that's not necessarily the case, but when I started doing the math, there actually was enough money out there to be able to cover that kind of thing. But then I started thinking about things like if AMC squeezes, GME squeezes, BB squeezes, everything else starts squeezing with it. And all of those guys have to be paid off too. And so when you start thinking about how many shares that is, and what ends up having to be covered out of the clearinghouses, then you start having to divide those numbers by a lot more. So you really have to start asking yourself questions about how much money is there out there that's going to be able to cover for. Look at the sideways trading underneath my box here. It's just insane. This is barcoding. So how much outstanding money is out there to cover this? And I don't think anybody actually knows the true value to that. But I'll just say, I'm just going to end talking about this with saying that I think 5,000 is a safe number. And I think that's fair to say. This is some unusual activity here. So there's like what this looks like to me is like there's a struggle. So you've got candlesticks in here, but they have wicks on both sides, which means there's a struggle for the price each minute. Whereas like you see how the price falls down here, you only see the candlestick wick on the bottom side for most of them, not all of them, but most of them. But here it started to go up, and then all of a sudden you started going back down, and then you got this fight, and it's just kind of barcoding now, and it's a fight on both sides. And if you come over to the order book and you look at the order book, there's this 11,000 share order which just disappeared at, I don't know what price it was. Looked like 32 something. But there's definitely a fight ensuing right here, kind of a tug of war on the price. And it looks like we're breaking out of it now. This is where we might start to see volume spike a little bit here. So watch this next candle, or this column of volume. That's what I like to call it. The column of volume. Let's see if this raises. We want to see about 250,000 shares a minute. This one that I'm on right now is 215. So we're going to want to be at right about this level if we want to see good volume moving forward for the rest of the day today. Let's see if we can hit that. That was probably like the most long-winded explanations into some of the things that we were talking about there. I get long-winded. You should just stop me. Be like, I understand. CJ, where are you from? If you don't mind revealing that information. You don't have to if you don't want to. I do like to ask people where they're from though. I put people on the spot. No new shares borrowed. Okay, they've actually returned some more shares. Looks like 442 is what they're at now, so it's down from 589 down to 442 shares borrowed for the day. Oh, he said Asia. Did I miss that? Where did I miss that at? Oh, yep, I see it. Thanks for your input. I'm living in Asia, so would need to sleep. Oh, he's going to sleep. Singapore. Oh, that's awesome. Well, welcome to the channel. It's good to have. I love seeing people's input from the other side of the world. I appreciate you coming by and get some good rest. Hopefully, we get to see what you guys do in the aftermarket hour. I feel strongly about tomorrow, and I feel strongly about how well we're going to be doing tomorrow. So look forward to seeing what the other side of the world has to do. Well, we traded up into the box, but it looks like we're just coming right back down outside of it. I felt like we would kind of have a bounce off the bottom down there at 32, and maybe bounce off of that and come back up into the box and trade up through the box, but didn't quite. We're still kind of heading around it. It was close. For those of you who don't know, that woman in this chat room has this familiar last name. That's my mom. And sometimes I wonder if she wonders why I put KC instead of the way my name is actually spelled, which is Casey. And it's kind of funny. Maybe she can sometime when I have her on the stream, which I would love to have her on. She can tell the story about why my name is Casey, and it was because they were planning on naming me Kenneth Christopher, and but then when they saw the initials KC, they wanted to just name me Casey instead. But it's actually spelled Casey, but I've always found just through life, it's so much easier to sign things with a K and a C, and nobody ever questions you, and so I just do KC. So it just makes it easier on me, I guess. And sometimes it's catchy, it's easier for people to see and I don't know, recognize it. But thanks, Mom. I appreciate the words of affirmation. Still a bit of a fight going on here. I can't believe how close we got to that 20%. That's I mean, it's just so systematic, like CJ said. It's it's just so constantly like right on. That's what I love about data. I love crunching it, and I love seeing patterns, and I love seeing I don't know, just the things that come from data. Although, you can go too far with data sometimes. Sometimes you have to push data to the side and I realize that there's a human element to the world around you, even though data can surmise what's happening around you. Living in the moment, not just seeing everything as a data point, is a different thing. It's living life versus viewing life. I'm going to pull my phone out here and look real quickly. I just kind of want to see how many votes we're up to. Oh, that was weird. I pulled up my phone and oh, I see what happened. I was looking at my phone and I actually had it on Weeble from when I was on my last break, and it saw something, a trend that just jumped right out at me instantly, and I was like, "Holy crap! Why am I not seeing my computer?" And it's because it wasn't updated. Now it's updated. There's some interesting things that I'm looking at though. If we go back just a little bit here, notice the peaks here. I'm wondering if we're going to see something similar to that kind of heading out over here, smaller. And what does that look like on a 30-minute interval? Maybe just an S curve, like a sideways S. Again, RSI, relative strength index on the 30-minute interval is still low at 27.14. On a 5-minute interval, it is at 47.35. So there's plenty of room for us for the relative strength to move up in price. Inflow versus outflow is 314 to 332. I had a new subscriber 2 hours ago, SKMC69. Welcome to the channel if you're listening. Yep, inflow versus outflow just updated 314 to 332. I actually didn't see that message that you put up there until after I refreshed it. It's pretty close, you know, it's like a, see, 15, 16, 17, 18 point spread, or $18 million spread, whatever, however you want to look at it. I just call it points. It's not terrible, but it's not great. It would definitely reflect the price that we're down right now, $2. Our volume is at 48. Oh, how much? Our volume at this minute right here was at 300,000, 325,000. But then almost immediately it dropped right back off again down to 50. It's terrible. This volume issue's got to be resolved. Robinhood is underneath. Oh, no, I'm sorry. They're still trading up more. Boy, watch out, people. Watch out. I just wanted to see if there was any new Twitter posts that were out. Wow. Pentagon was on lockdown this morning after shots were fired. I had not heard about that. I do like to just kind of review the news. Multiple injuries as gunshots fired at Pentagon transit stop. It's such a weird place to be shooting off a gun. Boy, Mark was on here earlier. He's in Reston, and that's not really close to there, but you know, hopefully he doesn't know anybody over there. I hope everybody's okay. It does say multiple injuries. It doesn't say anything about deaths yet here. It doesn't say the extent of their injuries. A police officer was among those injured. Oof, weird stuff. All right, here we go. This is the last half of the day run here that we might start seeing. This is pretty nice looking. You know, that $31 to $32 range, it really draws in investors. You know, they see like a low price. It just takes a little bit of a wick, you know, or sorry, a little bit of a flame to really ignite this forest fire, right? You know, you jump up in price from 32 all the way up to $37 in a couple, 15 minutes or so, and next thing you know, you've just got everybody running in to buy shares because they're afraid that this is the end, this is it, it's all over, and so they all come running in. They're like, oh, buy, 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 and next thing you know, it's just like it explodes. This is the kind of thing that the hedge funds are probably super super cautious about. If they drop the price too much, they risk the investors coming in and just attacking. So they can't really do that. So they have to do these like this is why it probably took 7 days to have the price drop 20%. It's a very slow drop. In barbecuing, we like to call this low and slow, and that's how you cook perfect barbecue. Yeah, that's. I hope everything's okay over there, guys. I mean, I know that you're not. I know. Reston isn't really near that area, but I hope everything's going okay over there. Uh, Looks like multiple people were injured. I'm not seeing any kind of reports of any casualties yet. But that after that stuff settles down, they usually come through. Uh, Prayer out to everybody out there. Let's see what else is going on. Still not seeing anything. Kind of going through my Twitter feed here to try and find out if I've got anything. Oh man, Trey's got a nice desk going on here. I like his chair. Looks like a red version of mine, actually. Yep, it is. I like the blue though. Whenever you see me post on I don't know, some of the Reddit posts that I post, sometimes I'll say things like I only eat cobalt blue crayons. I just love the color. So we're trading above the VWAP now. So we did have that period of what I might call barcoding in here. There's a little bit of fighting going on while volume was kind of dead. Volume started to pick up real quick, and that's when our price started shooting up. Let's see, we had 398, 293,000, 225, 159, and then down to 103. So we want to continue to see big volume. If we can see big volume, we'll see more shares being purchased. But you know, it'll keep falling off if the volume keeps dropping. And if I kind of scan back out a little bit here, you'll see what volume looks like for the day. It's just kind of falling off. And then now it's starting to pick back up, starting at about probably around 1300 Eastern Standard Time. We have a buy wall of 7,100 shares at 33.33. That might get hit, and then you might just see it disappear. Short share interest is still at 15.08%, with 442,000 shares borrowed for the day. We'll go ahead and throw up options again. I like to check it every once in a while. I should have like blocks of time where I do certain things. I need to put myself on some kind of schedule. I don't know. It's tough. I wing it right now. I got a funny story for you guys. You can just laugh at me. I'll tell here in just a second. At $40 call strike price for the volume today is 20.7. And then at the put, the large amount of volume right now is currently at $30 with 23.1. So here's the story. Many years ago, it was probably 1999-ish. I had applied for a position within the company that I was working for, as it was an equipment position. So you know, you had to kind of know how to work on tools, which I had no background experience in whatsoever. But you know, they did hire within the company, which was really cool. And so I applied for the position. And of course, they wanted to know what kind of kind of experience did I have in working with tools and machinery. And I had told them that the words that I used for this interview, and mind you, I didn't want this job. I was actually using the interview to apply for another job within the company, and I wanted to know what the interview process was like. So I really didn't care too much about what my answers were like, but I really felt like I did a poor job on this one. And it was good that I made the mistake because then I could make corrections for the next interview for a job that I really wanted, and I ended up getting that one. But the question was, what kind of experience do you have working with tools on machinery? And I told them, I said, well, I like to tinker around on my computer, and the look on their face was priceless. It was just a two-person panel interview, and they both went. I mean, it was almost like they went cross-eyed as soon as they heard the word tinker. And it was funny because I knew these guys. I was working with them, and already at that point. And after the interview, I just kind of told them, I said, now that we're formally done with this interview, can you kind of give me some hints on how to interview better? And they said, yeah, you probably don't want to say when you're talking about doing a job that you tinker. That's not the best word to use. They said, experiment or problem solve. Those are the kind of words that ring better. Um, but yeah, so I use tinker, and I have to be quite honest with you guys. I feel like I do tinker at the stocks. But AMC has been, I've been in AMC since January, and I've seen a lot of stuff happening. I've taken the years of experience that I have with statistical process control, and I've used that and applied it towards a lot of the trends and graphs that I'm looking at for AMC. So you can rest assured that I do have a bit of tinkering under my belt. Tinker. Not a good word in an interview, apparently. I was like 26, let's see, 6, 7, 8, 9. I was like maybe 23 years old when I had that interview. Boy, I was young and dumb back then. I wish I could have gone back and told myself, buy shares in Apple, or whatever it was, whatever it was that would have gone up over the years. I remember in high school in 1994, in high school, my senior year, our economics class, the teacher gave us a fake. I think it was like $1,000 to invest in the market, and he allowed us to like trade in the blue chips, and I actually did pretty well. Um, but when you trade inside the blue chips in a bullish market, it's hard to lose. I think you almost have to kind of have dumb luck to lose, dumb luck. But I did pretty well, and it was a really fun experience. I think it was. I hope kids in schools these days are getting that kind of information, because I don't think that they are. I would hope that they are, though. Uh, since you're on the East Coast, Mark, I'll tell you what. Having lived on the East Coast and going to school back on the East Coast versus going to schools on the West Coast, because I've also lived on the West Coast as well. Um, and this is just my personal opinion, and I'm not trying to offend anybody, but I feel like the East Coast um, has a level of education that's above the West Coast. I don't feel like the school systems on the West Coast teach kids to be as smart as they do on the East Coast. There's people who have, even if you just get in a conversation with somebody from the East Coast, you can tell that they're more like they just have a higher level of education. It just seems like in general. This is very in general. I'm not talking about everybody. There's obviously there's people out there that are not educated everywhere you go. But in general, I feel like the East Coast has better educational systems. I'm going to update the inflow versus outflow real quick again. 332 to 348. So it looks like we're catching a little. Boy, I would love to see us close over 34 today. it'll be the first day ever that all three of us picked values that were exactly the same and scored a point. That would be a very first time. There's a lot of people out here and many big government employers, lots of tech. I mean, there's lots of tech on the West Coast, right? Silicon Valley. I mean, you can't say that there's not a lot of tech on the West Coast. But if I don't know. I guess maybe a lot of the people that I worked with in the tech industry, since I work semiconductors and I was in the tech sector, I felt like a lot of the people were um, maybe East Coast graduates. Not always, but I would imagine that you have East Coast graduates who go west. Treasury Secretary Yellen to meet with House Democrats over eviction moratorium. Have they gotten an idea on how many people? Oh my gosh, I just saw a story. I'm gonna skip off this story real quick and go to this one. SEC needs more power. I knew this was coming. I kept trying to tell people. It says the SEC needs more power from Congress to fully regulate crypto. Chair Gensler says. I've been trying to tell people for so long. If you try to dodge taxes through or any kind of way for the government to get their money that they want, you are going to put a super huge crosshair on whatever it is that you're doing. It doesn't matter what it is. I've seen this stuff happen before. Give it enough time, give it enough money, and I guarantee you the government will step in and they will shut it down. And you might wake up one morning and all of your money is going to be gone. It's just going to be tied up. It's going to be seized by the government, and you're going to go like, that's not supposed to be possible, and it will be possible. They'll make it happen. I know there's plenty of people out there who don't agree with that they can seize crypto, but you just wait. Um, I've seen it happen in a similar situation, but not. It wasn't 100% the same, but it was similar. Yeah, thanks, man. I hope we're all right on our prediction today too. We all have 34 to $37. It's just I had to stagger them a little bit here because I didn't want to be stacked. But we're all 34 to 37. First time ever. I was blown away this morning because I came up with 34 to 37 first, and then almost instantly after I said it live on the stream, Eric texted me and said 34 to 37. I was like, holy crap. So I'm texting him back saying, like, that's what I picked. And as I'm doing that, John comes in and says 34 to 37. So it's like, it was just crazy. Like, just one after another, we all came in with 34 to 37. And we all use different methods. Every single day we have different numbers. This is the first time ever that we've all come up with 34 to 37. Or, I mean, we came up with the same price. It was too ironic. It was kind of freaky. We're all having our periods on the same day. We're synchronizing. That might have been sexist. I don't care. It was strange. It was really strange to see how we just kind of synchronized in the same prices. So here's a Democratic feud over eviction moratorium escalates as Pelosi rules out cutting short House recess. So they left on recess. If you watch the show today, the show started with the bad song because the price started going down at the beginning of the show, and the bad song right now is Anna's Son. And in the song, it's written by Walk the Moon. In the song, it says, "This house is falling apart," and that's the reason why I'm playing it right now. Our house walked out on us, guys. They walked out on us. They're leaving people stranded in a time of need. And man, I tell you what, when your primary job is to look out for your constituents, jeez, they're not doing their job. The rift between the White House and House Democrats over the expiration of the eviction moratorium escalated on Tuesday as House Speaker Nancy Pelosi ruled out bringing lawmakers back from their recess to address the issue through new legislation. I'm not going to put, my mom's going to be like, why not? But I'm not going to put square responsibility on her. I know she is the House Speaker, but there's obviously enough pressure from her other House members to not bring them back, for whatever reason that may be. If she had enough pressure, she would do it. On a private call with Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen and House Democrats, Pelosi said the consensus of the caucus, yeah, see, that's right there, was that the House should not come back from its recess and that lawmakers should focus on urging the Biden administration to extend the moratorium unilaterally. Two people familiar with the conversation said the people spoke on condition of anonymity to describe a decision that was meant to remain private. So, this sounds to me like a power struggle. So Pelosi wants to put it on Biden to be responsible for what happens. And so she's placing the blame on the Biden administration to make changes, when I don't necessarily feel like this is a Biden administration job. Well, let's continue reading. The Biden administration has said it does not have legal authority to extend the moratorium and push Congress to pass an extension. Yeah, I mean that's what I'm saying. This is law. This is legislative stuff. This is not it's not for our president to be doing. But even if an extension were to pass the House, the measure is almost certain to fail in the Senate, given that the Democrats would need 10 Senate Republicans to support the effort to overcome the filibuster. So you just don't meet because you don't think you can get enough votes? No. Put the pressure on the Republicans to make the wrong choice. Don't just not put it up. Republicans are expected to uniformly oppose and extending the moratorium. I'm a Republican, and I'm saying put it up for a vote. Call them back, put them up for a vote, and make the Republicans say no to it. It's just going to make them look like they're the jerks. Yeah, I feel like this is dodging your job. The expiration of the moratorium has put millions of primarily poor renters at risk of eviction while opening up a rare public clash between the White House and its congressional Democratic allies. Republican Maxine Waters, chair of the Financial Service Committee, joined Representative Cori Bush and others in the Tuesday call in asking the Biden administration to extend the moratorium, the people familiar with the conversations said. Also on the call, Yellen fielded lawmakers' questions about delays in disbursing more than $46 billion in emergency rental assistance approved by Congress. Despite the expiration of the moratorium over the weekend, the Treasury Department has struggled to get funding out the door to renters in need, with recent administration estimates suggesting only a fraction of it has been released. Data from Moody's has shown more than 6 million Americans are behind on rent, and local housing organizers fear an uptick in eviction proceedings as the moratorium lapses. I wish I was a historian. I really do wish that I was a historian. I wish I knew that I knew my history better. But I would like to know, I would like to look, or what I would like to ask a historian right now is what were some of the things that led up to the Great Depression? Was it back in the 20s? Are there similar signs to what we're seeing right now? That's a lot of people. 6 million Americans. That's a lot. Especially when we've got COVID hitting the way it is. Those animosities are releasing frustrations within the party that President Biden has largely kept in check until now. To liberals, preventing evictions Preventing evictions is what the party is all about, helping the disadvantaged when they face daunting odds. For centrists, however, that sort of extended government intervention in the marketplace is economically unwise and politically perilous. White House officials Gene Sperling told reporters on Monday that the administration was pushing state and local officials to enact their own eviction moratoriums, as well as pushing federal agencies such as the Agricultural Department to extend eviction moratoriums where possible. Okay, yeah, so there is something to that. Like I do feel like every state and city should be responsible for its own people before it gets to the governmental level. However, COVID is a little bit different in the fact that it shut down jobs across the nation. I don't think that people are returning to their jobs like they had in the once COVID was sort of over, even though it's coming back. People didn't go back to their jobs like they should have. I know there's a lot of jobs out there available for people, and I think that they're just not going back. We may have created with COVID maybe like a new era of citizens who just they're used to not going to work. It was almost a year. We got to get people. We got to jumpstart people into getting out of that. Whether or not you throw them into an evicted status so that they have to get their butts out and moving, I don't know. I don't think that just throwing more money at it is the answer. Sperling also commented in an all-agency review to learn why the state and local governments are not getting funding out. It is not clear how much more the Treasury Department can do to accelerate the distribution of funding. States and cities need at least another couple of months to get this money out, and there is no sticks or carrots Treasury can wield to make this happen faster. What we need is time, said Paul Williams, a housing expert and fellow at the nonprofit Jane Family Institute and an author of an analysis on the current crisis. It's a serious problem, guys. It really is. We're heading into an economic downturn. AMC is not the cause of it. AMC is a lifesaver for some people who own it, but is by no means the cause for why our economy is failing. We've had some bad actors along the way that have allowed a lot of corruption and a lot of just, I guess, malpractice in the markets, and now we're starting to pay for it. Enough doom and gloom, huh? I know that's what it feels like. I've been trying to tell my family, watch out. I think we're heading into a huge economic recession, and you don't want to get caught in it. Um, Mom, give me a shout out if you're watching. If you are watching, I want to throw up a picture real quick and see if you think this is somebody we know. We're kind of in a consolidation phase right now, guys. I'm not really drawing anything out here because I don't really feel like there's much to point out. Just kind of a lot of lateral trading. The good news is that we're about almost 30 minutes away from the power hour. So I'm going to look at the shareholder votes on my phone because I am curious what our numbers are at currently. Last I checked, we were over 1,000 still. Okay, so we currently have 21.1 million shares. So 21 divided by 17,606 voters. 1,198. The average is 1,198 shares per person. Multiply that by 4.1 million, which that number is going to go up after we have the quarterly meeting this next Monday. I'm sure they'll announce something much higher than 4.1, probably in the range of 5 to 6 million, maybe. I don't know. I'm kind of guesstimating. But that puts us at 4.9 billion shares outstanding. That's not accurate data, but interesting nonetheless to look at. It's not a big enough sampling, and that amount of shareholders is a really small factor. 17,606 voters is a very small sampling. They used to say in poker that you couldn't possibly say that you've played a good distribution of hands until you've played 1,000,000 hands. 1,000,000. If you six table, I'm trying to remember what the average was. I want to say it was like 13 to 14 hands a minute. An hour. Is that right? It feels like such bad. That doesn't sound right. Yeah, I think that's right. 15 hands an hour. On average. It would take you forever to hit 1,000,000. Even if you're tabling like 6 different tables at the same time, you're still, you're just not getting that many in. So sampling of 1,000,000 for poker is really high, but this is not even a quarter of the total sampling. In fact, of the 4.1 million. Oops. That's 0.0042%. It's pretty low. And I'm a little surprised that the number one upvoted question, and I think I understand why it is the number one, is do you have any plans to offer dividend again? Is that one of the suggestions that I've made on how to get an actual share count is to get them to issue a dividend, even if it's like And this is actually an idea that I thought would be an amazing idea. Instead of asking for 25 million shares when they put the vote up this time, they should have asked for 50 and said that they were going to give each shareholder a dividend of 1 share of the 25 million or the 50 million. That would have cost them, I don't know, what's the most they could possibly have? 7, 8 million investors around the world. And give them all, so you basically out of the 50 million shares, you lose 8 million shares. But then you end up getting a share recount because they have to recall the shares in order to find out who the actual share investors are. And by doing so, then they would issue the 1 share to actual owners, and it would once and for all solve that problem of how many actual outstanding shares there are, because they would have to report. They would have to report probably a lot of that. Oh, and the hedge funds would have to cover, right? Because they can't have the naked shorts and that exist if they had to recall them. So they would have to cover their positions. I feel like I'm missing something right now. All right, guys. It's a 30-minute break for me, or 40-minute break. Sorry, 40-minute break for myself. I will be back at 2:10 for the last 50 minutes of the day, and close it out with you. Hopefully, we see a really strong ending to the day today. I'd like to see over 34. I think we can get there. It's going to be a little bit of a struggle, but I think we can get there. We're at 51 million shares traded, so we're already in that zone where we've been the last 3 days of trading as far as volume goes. So we're going to surpass that, which is a really good thing. We want to see an uptick on volume day over day. So I will be back at, like I said, 2:10 my time, Central Standard Time. See you then.
What the hell is wrong with you? Get out of bed, you lazy bastard. What? Come on, partner. The day ain't gonna complete itself. You gotta get out of bed. You remind me of Uncle. Don't be coming out with that lumbago crap again. I ain't having it. Get out of bed or I pull my six-shooter and get you out myself. Whether you be live or dead, it don't make much difference to me. Come on. You're so goddamn lazy. What the hell's wrong with you?
Okay, I am back. Let's go through the technicals and just see what we got going on here. I'm going to pull back out here just a little bit to see if I can kind of get a feel for what we're looking like for the end of the day here. Ever so slight triangle pattern forming here. Let me see if I can draw it out here. This is leading into a convergence that would be in the after hours. Now this point does kind of drop through down here, but it's just the wick, it looks like. So we could see some consolidation through this down to the end. A breakout, I mean, typically speaking, the last 15 minutes is kind of like a push for us. So knowing that, I would probably have to state that the breakout, if there is going to be a breakout out of this, it might be in the up direction, and we might see something along the lines of a breakout in here. I hate it. I always click, I don't click the button, I just let go of it, and I think it's going to drop, and it doesn't. So that's what I'd be looking for. We might see this kind of trend back down here towards leading up to the ending part of today. You know, maybe a little bit of a down, a little bit of an up, maybe a down, and then maybe kind of breaking out like right towards the end. So we'll watch for that. The market as a whole, how is it doing? We'll let this refresh for a second here. How are you guys doing? How is your mental health and dealing with everything that's happening with AMC stock? Is there anything that I can do to reassure you or to point you in a direction of finding DD that will help you with your just general investment? And make you feel better about what's happening. Because, I know there's probably people who have bought in at higher levels than I have. So and there's less stress on me to hold. But if there are people who are buying in at higher levels, I'm certainly here to help with that and talk through it. Decliners right now for the market as a whole is 3,381 to advancers of 3,238. So the market is very slightly declining more than advancing. But the three indices showing NASDAQ, Dow Jones, and the S&P are all very slight increases for the day. It looks like software and IT services are getting hit the worst. Or it could just be because the boxes are bigger. It looks like Robinhood is above their starting price of $38. Still continuing to come up. They did have a little bit of a drop back down. What do you call that? A correction in price once it got up to about $48.59. And it dropped back down to 45. We'll see where it goes from there. Looks like there's some news out. What's the news say? Oh, here it is. The popular investment firm also scooped over 185 million shares, estimated to be worth 65.2 million in Robinhood markets, as the shares of the company staged a recovery and closed higher just a day after a dismal debut. Okay. Amazon is still in recovery from 3,600. Cinemark is down 2.5% for the day. Dogecoin is down ever so slightly from where I think they opened up at 20 and now they're down to 1937 according to this right here, or the low is 1937. They're currently at 1958. GME is down 4.6% on the day. It dropped like right off from the get-go and just kind of hovered down at the new dropped price. whereas AMC had a drop at the get-go and dropped again a second time, then kind of recovered and is consolidating over time. So I think we're looking to get a push out towards the end of the day today on this triangle. Hopefully above $34, because that's where all of our price predictions were for the day today. We'll see if that's the case. Looking at shares borrowed, and I don't see anything that stands out. The current short share interest of the free float is 15.02% with 41.16 thousand shares borrowed for the day, which is way down. Earlier it was at 442,000. Now it's just down to 41,000. 41,000 shares borrowed. Checking out options. Largest amount of volume in options right now stands at $40 with 23 point, we'll just call it 23.5 thousand options at the $40 strike price. With the opposing side to that being at $30 for 25.6 on puts. Although a secondary formation has kind of started to build up at $33 for 17,372. On a 30-minute interval, our inflow versus outflow, 366 inflow to 383. 66, 76, 86, so we were 17 points lower. So it narrowly widened a little bit there. On a 30-minute interval, the RSI is just above 30 at 32.19. On a 5-minute interval, it is at 48.12. Oh, excuse me. That's what I think about the volume right now. Holy moly. Can we get some volume in here? My goodness. I am in the money right now for price or volume prediction. We broke the threshold. I doubt that we'll see another 20 million shares traded before the end of the day today. So the spread that I had was 55 to 75. So 65 could be pretty darn close. Oh man, was it Taco Tuesday and I didn't even realize it? What a shame. And I'll check the vote again real quick on here. Let's see here. What am I looking for? Twitter. I was just going to check and see if there's any updates on Twitter. It looks like there might be something here. True Demon posted this. He said, "One day, on no particular day of interest, when the stock market appears nothing but boring, maybe even down, be ready to receive a call from your brokers with an offer to buy your shares for a slight, guaranteed profit. On that day, tell them to F off." I could see it happening. I really could. These shares are going to be worth a lot of money. I don't know about you guys, but I do believe in the algorithms that they use to advertise to people. And I've been getting advertising for some things that are just kind of like rich people stuff that I've never gotten before. Um, I don't know, just some really crazy things. Outrageous things that I would just never even bother to look up to purchase. So, um, and I haven't been looking up anything extravagant at all. It's actually been quite a while since I looked up anything crazy. So that's been interesting for me to get all of a sudden advertisements on different platforms for things that are just kind of outrageously expensive. But the more of that happens, the closer we get to realized profit gains, the more we're going to see life-changing events for ourselves. But what I really wanted to look at here was the votes. Let's check the votes out, guys. Let's see what we got. More, see more. What was that one called? Oh well. I kind of want to submit a question. I've got a looming question that I want to put in. But it's got the shareholder question and answer forums here. 6 days left to submit a question. So currently we're at 22 million shares at 18,505 votes. So let's run the math and see how it's changing. It would be kind of fun to run a running tally on this on Excel just to see how it changes over time. But let's see, 22 million divided by 18,505. That is 1,188 shares. So that's down a little bit from where it was earlier. I believe it was 1,194, I think, earlier. So that number is slightly coming down. You know, you could if you assumed that the most people that voted right now are the ones that are in the middle of the curve, the people who maybe not the average, they're the outliers on the edge, right? You might be able to build a bell curve off of this and figure out what the main amount of distribution and how many shares they would end up holding uh, to get like an actual like corrected figure. Anyways, irregardless, we'll just multiply this by how many shareholders they think we currently have. And you get 4.8 billion. It was 4.9 before. That would be the tally number to start throwing up. Just have like a continuous tally number based on that information. Interesting. I do want to submit a question. You know, I think that there's some. I'm gonna have to go through some of these questions tonight and see because I really wasn't looking at them before since I didn't think I was gonna be able to vote. But now that I see that I can vote through the Fidelity app, that's perhaps something that I'm gonna check out. We got about 33 minutes left of trading. But yeah, 4.8. Maybe that's a number that I'm gonna start tracking. I'm gonna put up on my tally here. Put at the very top, so that's the darkest. We'll call it estimated estimated outstanding shares. No, estimated. Yeah. And we'll just keep a tally on this. Maybe I'll check it once an hour or every hour of the day, and we'll update it. Let's see here. So basically, I'm just going to put 4.874 billion. And we'll just keep a running tab on it. Of course, obviously, this is not a good sampling yet. You know, there's only, what does it say here? 18.5 thousand people who have submitted their votes, their tallies. It's a pretty small percentage of the main grouping. I'd like to see 1 million. It'd be nice. 1 million would do it for me. I think that'd be a fair sampling. Uh, 4.87 billion. So originally when I did the calculations on this, I had estimated that we had about 2 billion outstanding shares. So if we're at almost 5 now, that'd be a pretty heavy. I mean that could make sense because when I did my calculations, it was before that price increase up to 70 something dollars, and I could definitely see that having an impact on the total amount of shares that are outstanding. But 2 billion though, I don't know. It's hard to imagine. We have had some heavy volume days since then. Let's just take a look at that real quick. How much volume have we traded over time? So if I refresh this, you know, we could go back to, I guess we could go back to June, beginning of June. and just kind of tally this up like freehand real quick, just to see how much volume. No, this is like a really poor way of trying to estimate, but we'll just look real quick just for the heck of it. I'm gonna call it 0.6, 0.4, 598.1. I did not work accounting, so I'm not nearly as fast as somebody who work in a accounts payable or receivable department would. Let's see, 218 is where I left off at. $59 plus $57. Holy crap, that's only halfway through the month. Basically what I was going to do is I was going to do like a 60-40 percentile, because I feel like a lot of our trades have kind of been heading that direction. So I was going to see if those numbers, what was the last, oh shoot, 14th I said? Dang it. I jerked. June 14th. What's the last value you got in there? Doesn't say. Oh, it's July 14th, I think. I don't know. I'm not adding all up that again. I think I'm pretty sure I finished it about July 14th. I'll finish out July. I'm almost done. So we've had 7.9 billion shares traded since early June, since the beginning of June. And so if you did like a 60-40, like 60% buys over 40% sales over that time, you could just take 7909.1. Yeah, so essentially, like I guess it's actually reasonable. If you take the total volume and you divide it by a 60-40 ratio of 60% buys versus 40% sells, which is kind of the ratio that I feel like we've seen over time in AMC, just kind of tracking it on a day-to-day basis, that comes up with 4.7 billion shares bought. But you would have to subtract the opposite amount of that. Let me write this down real quick. $79,091. So it would be the difference, right? So $31,603.6. So you basically subtract the two from each other, and you get Oh, you get the total. No, that's right. 4745.4 minus 3163.6. So 1.5 billion shares more positive. So do I think that we could have actually, so I was estimating 2 billion shares potentially traded back in March. So is it feasible that we could be at 4.87, which would be an additional 2.87 billion shares? You know, maybe. It's possible. I'd say probably at the most about 2 billion more. So maybe 4 billion. I don't know if I'm buying the 4.87 billion, but maybe we might be close to 4. And this is just based off of volume, strictly. And I'm just kind of basing it off of averages that I've been seeing over time. So, yeah, I mean, there's definitely, you know, if you did a 60-40 breakdown on the last 2 months worth of volume, you'd end up being 1.5 billion in the green or purchased. You know, I guess that it gets this close. But I'll continue to watch that. I'm going to watch that voting ticker and see, you know, I'll update this outstanding shares, estimated outstanding shares, and I'll put based on SATEC votes. So we'll watch that. Excuse me. All right, so we are indeed consolidating here, kind of drawing up to the wire. I mean, you can see it feels like volume's just kind of died off, but it doesn't look like that it really has. It's still kind of steady. Steady volume, but not a whole lot of price action. And we're about 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 5 minutes away, 7 minutes away from being inside this box here, which is when I kind of expect to see it break out up. But, you know, it could go either direction. But watch the aftermarket hours today, guys. I think we could have something cooking. You know, if you're trying, this is not financial advice, but if you're trying to buy in at a lower value, I think that you're probably looking at the lowest value that you'll have for the end of today right now. I don't think that it's going to continue to go down till you know, for the rest of the day today. At least not to those $32 values. I don't know. Maybe I'll end up being wrong. That's my theory. We got about 21 minutes left here. Volume is starting to pick up here. So 4 minutes ago it was at 66,000. It jumped up to 93,000 and then up to 116,000 shares in 1 minute. So we could have ourselves a pretty exciting end of the day today as volume continues to drive up. I really need to get that beard oil. It's so itchy. If anybody's watching right now that is familiar with growing beards and whatnot, like, am I supposed to start cutting this stuff down here? Like, is it okay if you're doing like a no shave for Tel Moas kind of thing? Is it okay to cut the stuff that's on the bottom? Because that's really like the itchiest part of it all. I need to call up my brother-in-law and ask him and see what he says, because I'm sure he'll have some advice for me because he's familiar with beards. My dad was he's a military man, and hence the Air Force hat. But this is really for my son. But because he was a military kind of guy, beards was not really his thing. You know, he was always clean cut. So I never really got too much advice on beard issues growing up. All right, we're getting into that box zone. The fireworks are going to start up here any time. Got about 4 minutes. It looks like we got 2 minutes. And we got 2 minutes. Wait, 1, 2? A little over 2 minutes. Not seeing any shares being lent. Oh, no, I take that back. The amount of shares borrowed did rise. It went from 41,000 to 99,000. End of the day push buy of shares probably. Short share interest is at 15.03%. Here we go. We're gonna shoot for this breakout here. It's gonna happen like right during this bubble, almost exactly. This box. It does look like we're gonna make a run on $34. $42. I would say that we're outside the box now. Outside the, oh no, maybe not. It's hard to see this candle wick here. I can't see how high it's going. It looks like being outside of it would be 33.54, so we're not quite there. Oh no, I just moved it. Why didn't I lock that? Sorry guys. Oh man, I messed up my triangle. That looks right. There we go. We'll lock it in place now. There we go. No accidental drag and drops. I'm really excited about after hours today. I really think that there's going to be some fireworks. I don't know if that's going to be in pre-market or for tomorrow morning, or if it's going to be in the after hours today. But I am really excited about what's going to happen. So watch out. Be ready to see some explosions. I'm super bullish for tomorrow. Volume is still increasing. 179.92, and then it went up to 141. So still not at 250, but it is increasing. We just had, it's up to 142 right now. 142 right now with still quite a bit of time left in the minute. This could be our first candlestick that hits 250. Here's the run on $34. There is a buy wall, sorry, a sell wall that was at 33 and some change, and I missed it. It disappeared on us, but it is definitely taking a run. There's nothing really there to stop it from hitting $34 as of right now. Breaking out right inside the box. Oh man, I love it when this stuff is just so predictable. Okay, so we got a. Oh, I thought I saw a sell wall there for just a second, a fraction of a second. Checking out buy versus sell, inflow versus outflow. 386 to 404. The price is still driving up. I can envision John and Eric right now, while looking at the price, screaming at their phones. Go, go! I know they're screaming. They're screaming right now. I can hear it. I can hear them screaming for this $40 or $34. This will be a first, guys. It really will. All of us to pick the same exact range and numbers, and to all receive a ticker point on the same numbers is pretty impressive. It makes me proud to be a part of a group of friends, brothers who have like minds. Okay, we're getting a little bit of resistance there at that $34 mark, but the buying is still happening. We got about 10 minutes left here. If we can drive past 34 and we continue to drive upwards really fast in a good upwards momentum, we might hit FOMO buyers who start buying in at $34, $35. You know, people who are trying to catch that bottom and they missed it and they're like, ah, I got to get in though. So, you know, you could see it really start to take off at $34, $35, as far as up to maybe even 45. It just depends on how fast it moves. From our low of, what was it at today? 32.78. From our low of 32.78, let me just mark it down. We are now currently, our new high is 33.99. And that is a 3.7% increase from 32.78. You'll know you're on a good increase if we hit like 15% or more and continue to move forwards. So we still want to see, you know, a 15% correction the other way, and then some. So this might be a little bit of consolidation or a pennant, the start of a pennant. Boy, we're so close. $34, they have a sell wall, 2,055 shares at 34. They do not want to see 34. But we don't care what they want to see. We're going to drive past it. Let's just jump right through there. Punch it. They now have it up to 7,000 shares at $34. It's down now to 5,955. And as we creep up towards it, you might see it get hit once, twice, maybe 3 times. Now 9,000 shares there now. There's definitely going to be a fight for 34. Exciting stuff, guys. Exciting stuff. It's fun to see this. Can you hear it in my voice? Do you have dry eyes? $33.89. It's getting there. We gotta push through here. Come on, guys. We can do it, Apes. Push. Okay, that 9,000 share at $34 dropped down to 4,000 shares. Didn't actually take a hit. We haven't tested it. We're still kind of struggling at the 33.90 range. Share volume right now per minute is about 150. We need that to go back up again to drive through this. Here we go, 33.98. Almost tested it. There's only 4,000 shares right now at $34 to drive through. It's going to be a nail biter. We got about 5 minutes left. Let's watch the inflow versus outflow. 395 to 413. So crazy close. We really want to break through that $34 price range if we can. Okay, we're getting resistance now. You can see some of the single-digit values coming over on the bid side, which those are typically, in my experience, they at least seem to be short ladder attacks or short ladder attacks on the price. You know, it's a way for them to be able to drop the price down a little bit by getting a single share purchased at that value. So we're struggling to we're trying really hard to get past that $34 mark. I'm probably going to have to sign off, and we'll just watch the rocket launch together. If we don't make it, we don't make it. It's okay. It's just another day. Every time we get them to fight like this, though, it's money out of their pockets. This costs them. This definitely costs them. Excuse me. 33.84. This is not quite what I would consider like an 801 or a 1201 battle, but $34 is would be fun to watch us hit just for the 3 guys that guessed the price today. Okay, we're slipping a little bit down to 33.76. We might have one final run at this. Here comes the volume. Volume's increasing. The last minute of volume was 194. It's currently at 213. Here comes a big push. 33.85. There's 9,000 shares, 9,500 shares to drive through at 34, or for a closing day price of $34. You can see those one digits. The one there's another one. One share bid offers. That's to drive the price down. This is a short ladder attack right now that you see going on. You'll see one share show up at like a, at whatever the price is for the spread to try and drive the price down. They'll sell one, buy one, just to get that price down a little bit further. $33.80. So we wiped out. Oh, GME's having a good run. It looks like they almost completely wiped out their daily losses on their last minute run towards the end. We did break out of the box right about where I had suspected that we would. But now we're starting to kind of fall back down a little bit here. Trying real hard to get back up into that $34 range in the last few minutes. All right, I'm going to start the end of the show here. You guys, I will see you back tomorrow. And we're going to have another run at it again tomorrow. I'm extremely bullish for tomorrow. And I'm looking forward to it. So I will see you guys back then. Take care.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Shoot up, get forward like now it is.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.